So let's talk about after the basics. Now we have our foundation. Now we're going to start planting some seeds. So let's start talking about specifically how you can be, do, or have anything you want in life. How you can make whatever you desire happen in your life for real and happen fast. Let's talk about the power. Let's talk about the button you can push to manifest whatever you want into your physical experience. Let's talk about how to get Aladdin's lamp. We're going to continue to go back to the 4 basics over and over and over and over again. Oh, yeah, I know. There are 5 basics. Thank you. Yes, there are. Hey, thank you, Charlie. 5 basics. The 5th basic is master the basics. So we're talking about the first 4 basics. How's that? We'll continue to go back to them because without them as your base, you're not going to learn any of this stuff. It's not going to make any sense. You're not going to get anything real in life. Aladdin's lamp, your own personal genie. You want one? Want him today? Today, yeah, right now. Oh, no, you don't have to wait 5 years. No, your genie is going to be given to you today, and he will be at your beck and call today, and you will be able to tell him whatever you want, and your genie will make any wish you want come true. Fast. In the 1960s, there was a man by the name of Earl Nightingale. Yeah, some of you know him. Smiles on your face. Earl Nightingale, in the 60s, made an LP, a record album. This is before CDs, before 8-tracks, before cassettes. They were called vinyl records. And his LP was entitled The Strangest Secret. And it became one of the best-selling personal development recordings of all time. Earl Nightingale popularized a little-known secret concept that was rarely discussed or written about up until this point. Very rarely. The first time in the 20th century it was popularized was back in the 20s and 30s by a man by the name of Napoleon Hill, which we'll talk about in a moment. In Earl Nightingale's recording, The Strangest Secret, he coined the definition of what he called the strangest secret. He said, on planet Earth, all across the globe, there's a secret of success. And he said it was the strangest secret. The secret was, quote, you become what you think about most of the time, end quote. The strangest secret, according to Earl Nightingale, was you become what you think about most of the time. In the 20s and 30s, there was a man by the name of Napoleon Hill who wrote several books. His first book is something you've never heard of, called The Law of Success in 16 Lessons. And Napoleon Hill's story is quite unique. At the turn of the century, the richest man on planet Earth was Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie owned U.S. Steel. He was a Scotsman. This is before TVs and telephones and transatlantic air travel. It was a much slower time, and he became the richest man in the world in the steel business. He didn't invent the steel business, by the way, because Andrew Carnegie understood a basic principle. We'll talk more about tomorrow when we talk about money. But his principle was pioneering, don't pay, which is an interesting principle, which we'll talk about tomorrow. But Carnegie became the richest man in the world. He was a member of the Brotherhood, knew the powerful secret techniques, and he utilized them. He decided to reveal to the world some of these techniques. He hired a man by the name of Napoleon Hill, and he said, I'm going to teach you some of these techniques, but I want you to observe that these techniques are not mine, but are used by the richest people in the world. So Carnegie said, I'm going to introduce you to Henry Ford, one of the richest people in the world, Thomas Edison, Firestone, who owned Firestone Tire Company, and a lot of other names you wouldn't even recognize, but at the time they were the richest people in the world. He said, I'm going to introduce you to these people. They're not going to know what you're doing, but you're going to observe them. Key. He had Napoleon Hill observe. It's the same techniques that I was taught. You take an apprentice and you have them observe, and then you query them. You ask them questions. What did they observe? And you point out things that they didn't observe. That's how they learn. That's how you learn. He gave Napoleon Hill books. Basically, Napoleon Hill was not a member of the Brotherhood, but Carnegie took him on as an apprentice in effect and taught him the same material. And he said, I want you to learn this material over the next 20 years. Then I want you to write a manuscript describing the principles. But I want this manuscript to be focused on money. Thus came out the book in 1926, The Law of Success in 16 Lessons. Napoleon Hill was amazed at what he was taught by Andrew Carnegie and what he observed from Henry Ford and many of the others. Again, the richest people in the world. Never before in history had somebody done this, and never before since until now. Because this is how we were, all my colleagues here, this is how we were taught. We were introduced to the richest people in the world as our mentors. We observed the richest people in the world, not just from a money standpoint. When I say the word rich, yes, some of the financially richest people, people who have the most money, but people who have been rich in terms of happiness, those who are really making their dreams and desires come true. And I want you to understand, this is not all about money. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to talk about money. But today we're really not talking about rich or success from a monetary standpoint. Rich or success is how blissfully happy are you? Now, it's probably impossible to be blissfully happy if you can't pay your bills, if you're massively in debt, if creditors and bill collectors are hounding you. It's probably hard to be blissfully happy, although not impossible. But certainly that's not a good state to be in. So blissfully happy is really the objective here. Tomorrow we're going to be focusing on money, and there's nothing wrong with having lots of money. So Napoleon Hill learned many principles and put them forth in the book, The Law of Success in 16 Lessons. And interestingly, we'll talk more about it tomorrow, but interestingly, when he put these together, members of the societies got together. Keep in mind, many of them, most of them controlled the media, publishing houses, manufacturing, and so forth. That's just how it works. Because when you learn these principles, you pretty much become the captains of industry. So when he published this book, led by Henry Ford, the group that opposed revealing these secrets got the book off the market and had it edited down dramatically. It basically just vanished. And in 1937, Napoleon Hill published a watered down version called Think and Grow Rich. Same thing happened. It was pulled off the market, edited down and watered down dramatically. So all the key elements were taken out. And again, this was spearheaded allegedly by Henry Ford. It's been verified to me verbally Whether it's true or not, of course, it's more of a legend than anything, but it's pretty obvious that that's what happened. But Napoleon Hill made a statement, many statements, but the one I want to focus on in today's session is this. Napoleon Hill said, quote, "Whatever the mind of man can conceive and bring itself to believe, it can achieve." End quote. Whatever the mind of man can conceive and bring itself to believe, it can achieve. End quote. Now combine that with Earl Nightingale's definition of the strangest secret, which is you become what you think about most of the time. So let me talk about specifically how to manifest your desire and how it works. Today, a book came out a few years ago, which became very popular, called The Secret. And it's a wonderful, wonderful book, and I encourage everyone to read it. It's a great book. In The Secret, that book described something called the law of attraction. And it really is the first book to popularize on a mass scale the concept of the law of attraction. And it became hot for a while, and it's already beginning to fade away for a lot of reasons. The biggest reason is the millions and millions and millions of copies of The Secret that were sold, and then all the other law of attraction type books that have been written and sold. It's estimated that somewhere around 50 million books teaching or exposing the law of attraction have been sold in just the last few years. But why has it already dramatically begun to fade away? Why has there been so much negative publicity about the law of attraction being a complete scam? Here's why. Because when people read the book The Secret, or any of the similar books teaching the law of attraction, people would start applying the law of attraction technique in their life. And some people would see some results. But the vast majority, it's been estimated 95%, saw no results. Thus, they said it was a scam. This happened to Napoleon Hill back in the 20s and 30s with his book Law of Success in 16 Lessons and Think and Grow Rich. Because the original versions were pulled and the key elements stripped away, the majority of people read watered down versions with key ingredients missing. Thus, when they applied it, some people saw some results, but the vast majority, 95% of those who read Napoleon Hill's works, saw no results. Thus, the techniques must be a scam. If you got a recipe that said, this is how to make delicious chocolate cake, and the original recipe actually delivered the end result of delicious chocolate cake when you followed the recipe exactly. But because the person whose recipe it was didn't want other people to make the same delicious chocolate cake he made, he then took out some key ingredients of that recipe and maybe even changed some of the others. You then got a different recipe. And when you followed that new recipe exactly, which omitted some key ingredients, and maybe changed the recipe a little bit, like baking time or temperature or the amount of milk or the amount of flour, you then did not get delicious chocolate cake. You got something else. But maybe you did get delicious chocolate cake because you were a buffoon and actually didn't follow the recipe exactly. So you got the screwed up recipe, but you screwed up the screwed up recipe, and by accident you actually made a good recipe and you got delicious chocolate cake. Does this make sense? So this is what happened over the years. with the law of attraction and Napoleon Hill's works? Well, I'm here to tell you, and my colleagues are as well, again, the evidence is right before your eyes, that the law of attraction does work. And we're here to tell you that it's categorically true. Whatever the mind of man, which means you, whatever you can conceive in your own mind, whatever you wish for, whatever you want to be, do, or have, as long as you believe it, it will happen. In the words of Earl Nightingale, whatever you think about, whatever you want that you think about, whatever you think about, most of the time, that's what you get. Is it that easy? No, quite frankly, because there are a lot of little key elements here. When you look at all the key elements, it becomes incredibly easy. So here's how it works. I'm going to give you the thumbnail sketch. Then we'll take a break and then we'll actually put this into action. And your genie, in the next couple hours, is going to be given commands from you. And some of you tonight, before you go to bed, will start seeing physical manifestations of what you want actually happen. And it will blow your mind. Because you're about to learn the real recipe. Without the missing ingredients, without the changes. You're about to get the real secret recipe that's never been released before. So here's how it works. Here's the overview first. You have a brain. It's in your skull. Outside of your skull is what you have is called the mind. In every continent, there are different words for the mind. It doesn't matter. The point is, we all know and can concur and agree that we have a brain in our skull. Whether you believe or disbelieve that there's some type of energetic field outside your body that surrounds your body is irrelevant. And the reason why I say that is because what I'm going to tell you is a physiological, not a mystical, not a spiritual, but a physiological, scientifically proven, just like you have blood in your veins, that's proven, just like you have a brain in your skull, that's proven, just like you have a heart in your chest that pumps blood, that's proven, just like you have hormones in your body, that's proven. What I'm going to share with you is physiologically, scientifically proven, quantifiable, measurable. Whether you believe it or not, it's irrelevant. I remember I was chatting with a guy one time, and I said, well, don't you have to believe this to make it work? He said, no. He said, because some things don't require belief. I said, what do you mean? He goes, like the law of gravity. He said, whether you believe in the law of gravity or not, it is always a constant, because it's a law of gravity, not a belief of gravity. He said, if you walk to the top of a roof, whether you believe in the law of gravity or not, if you walk off the edge, you're going to go down. And I said, but wait a minute, I read a lot of these mystical, esoterical, spiritual books that says if I believe, I can defy the law of gravity. And he goes, guess what? Maybe that's true. So let's see if it is or not. Show me somebody that will walk off this building and float. If you can't show me somebody, then maybe it isn't true. Or maybe it's true, but so far of a stretch for you to believe right now, who cares whether it's true or not? The fact is, 99.9% of the people will go down. Does this make sense? So let's just deal with the fact that 99.9% of the people will even give a little bit of of a breather for that one person that may exist on planet Earth. Although, there's 5 billion people on the planet, and I don't know how many billions and billions and billions over the last couple hundred years have lived, but I don't know if there's no picture, there's no evidence, there's no recording of somebody walking off a building and floating in midair. We're not talking a magic trick here with a crane, we're talking about a real situation. So whether 100 years from now somebody will develop the belief power where they can do that, that's fine, but let's deal with our reality today. Look, you're 30, 40, 50 years old. What do you got, 40, 50, 60 years left here? You're not going to walk off the top of a building, and guess what? How is it going to benefit your life anyway? So let's just deal with the fact that this is a law of gravity. Whether you believe it or not, it's true. So let's just deal with these laws on how the body works, the mind works, and the brain works, and how the physical universe works as we know it today. Let's just deal with the accepted laws, let's call it that, so that you can create anything you want. Forget the theory. Let's just deal with the accepted reality. Because even dealing with accepted reality, you can create anything you want. You don't have to be so esoteric and mystical and meditate for 8 hours a day thinking that that's going to give you nirvana. And by the way, if you are listening to this, or if you're here today and you're thinking, I love meditating, I embrace that. I'm not downing meditating. I'm trying to make a point. Whatever you want to do is fine, provided that you don't bitch and complain that you're not getting what you want when you use your technique instead of the proven technique. This makes sense? I am not going to make souffle the way you said because I think you can do it this other way. Good. How come you can't make a souffle then? When me and all these other people are making souffles every 10 seconds, we're like, this is like a no-brainer. We make souffles. Why don't you just do what we're doing? We're making souffles. Why do you have to come up with this other theory that it's never been proven? You're going to die and never make it real. And even if you do, why are you going to struggle your whole life going down some other track? So let's just deal with the simple, basic fundamentals of how this works. Then we're going to do it. So you have a brain, and you potentially have a mind. Now, by the way, some of you already crashed on who you're going to listen to. See, some of you are already going, oh, huh? See, some of you already shifted on who you're going to listen to. And you're thinking about, well, wait a minute. I'm a Christian. Is that going to be in conflict with my religious beliefs? Or I'm a Hindu, or I'm a Jew, or I'm an atheist. How is this going to conflict with that? Some of you think about, wait a minute. I went to a so-and-so seminar, and he said this, which is different. So you're already, that's why we're going back to the basics, already now challenging who you're going to listen to. Some of you have crashed on teachability index. Your willingness to learn all of a sudden crashed and said, wait a minute. Some of you have crashed on willingness to accept change. But that's not how I think. That's not how I believe. If you continue to think like you've always thought, you'll continue to get what you've always got. If you want things in your life to change, you're going to have to change things in your life. Gabish? Some of you are already shifted on the training balance scale, but you're talking about thinking. I need to know what to do. How am I going to do that? You're focusing on the part of the training balance scale which you don't need to focus on because 99.9% of this is thoughts. You with me so far? That's why the basics are there. So you have a brain. You may or may not have a mind, but you have a brain. And you potentially have something outside the body. Whether it's called a field, an electromagnetic energy field, an aura, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't really matter. But you have a brain for sure. Thomas Edison, The guy who invented the light bulb, the guy who holds more patents than anybody else in history, although I think Tesla comes close. Thomas Edison is a genius. Albert Einstein, you know him. E equals mc squared. Theory of relativity. Sometimes referred to as the smartest man who ever lived. Both of these people said the same thing. They scientifically proved at the turn of the century that the brain is a transmitter and receiver of vibrational frequency. Thomas Edison is not an idiot. Albert Einstein is not a moron. These were geniuses. And at the turn of the century, they both concurred that every cell in the human body emits a different frequency. Every thing on planet Earth is made up of energy. Everything, whether it's a rock, an apple, a piece of wood, a plant, an inanimate object like a television, a carpet, everything on planet Earth emits a different frequency. A frequency is also called a vibration, and it's also called energy. It is quantifiable and it is measurable. Your DNA at the lowest level emits a unique frequency. Every atom emits a frequency. Energy and frequency are the same. Frequencies are what radio waves are. Frequencies pass through all known matter. Example, if you're in a house and you get an old transistor radio with an antenna and you turn it on, music magically appears from your transistor radio. The antenna in your house picked up radio frequencies that are broadcast from either a satellite or a transmitter someplace. That transmitter puts out a frequency which instantly is picked up by your transmitter. It bypasses space and time. That frequency from the radio transmitter goes across the ether and it passes through steel, brick, mortar, concrete, glass, wood. It passes right through it. Scientists today cannot explain how a radio frequency passes through solid steel or glass or bricks or mortar or stone, but it knows it does. And the answer is it passes through it because the radio frequency is at a quantum physics level smaller than an atom. It's smaller than an electron. It's smaller than the smallest known particle on planet Earth. It's a frequency. Frequencies exist, they're real. Vibrations exist, they're real. They're scientifically proven. The human brain, according to Thomas Edison and Albert Einstein, is both a transmitter and a receiver of frequency. And Edison, the genius Edison, the inventor of the light bulb, the creator of all types of inventions, a genius, along with the mathematician genius Albert Einstein, said that the human brain emits frequencies which, when focused, are picked up by other human brains and pass through the ether to affect other physical matter. I'm quoting them. I'm not making it up. I'm quoting. So the quote is, your brain puts out a frequency which is picked up by other brains. It actually passes through the ether, which means it can pass through steel. It basically is the same frequency type that a radio transmitter puts out. So it can pass through the same things that radio frequencies can put out. But according to Edison and Einstein, your frequency that you're transmitting from your brain is smaller and has a unique characteristic unlike radio frequencies. According to Edison and Einstein, the frequency that your brain transmits instantaneously travels faster than the speed of light, instantaneously. And if transmitted this moment, can be picked up the exact same moment by another human brain on the opposite end of the planet. So the unique ability that your transmitter, your brain has, that a radio transmitter doesn't have, is a radio transmission frequency goes in a straight line. Which is why if you're broadcasting from a satellite, you need other satellites to bounce off it to get to the other part of the globe. But your frequency has the unique ability to bypass space and time. And when you emit a frequency right now, instantaneously it is picked up by matter or another human brain anywhere on the planet at the same instantaneous moment with the same amount of energy. This is according to Thomas Edison and Albert Einstein. And at the turn of the century, when Napoleon Hill wrote his book, he found this directly from the richest man in the world. He was told this by Andrew Carnegie. And it was verified by Henry Ford and all the wealthy people. This is one of the secrets that they know. This is the secret that I was taught. This is the secret that all my colleagues know. That you, sitting here today, and you at home listening to the CD, have in your head the most powerful transmitter and receiver of frequency or energy or vibration on the planet. It's the most powerful and it's the fastest. It's the most powerful and fastest known. Someone always asks me, what about outside planet Earth? And the answer is, this is the basic workshop. We're only going to deal with basic information here today. So we'll leave that question for another day and another time for those of you who qualify at a certain level to discuss those matters, which are very interesting topics of conversation. And I'll be happy to share with you relics and various things at that point, which I'm sure you'll find interesting. So your brain is a receiver and a transmitter of frequency. That's the first concept. And the second concept is the law of attraction, which says, whatever frequency you emit, that exact same frequency is drawn to you. There is a magnetic pull. Whatever frequency you emit, that exact same frequency is drawn to you magnetically. There is a magnetic pull. And this is a scriptural principle for those of you who are Christians or Jews who believe in the Torah or the Bible, for those of you who are Muslims who believe in the Quran, for members of the Hindu faith who believe in the Vedas, people who believe in Confucius or Buddhism. All these books teach very similar concepts. What you sow, also you reap. What you put out comes back. In some spiritual beliefs, it's called karma. But from a physiological, scientific standpoint, we're talking about when you emit a frequency, that frequency comes back. Which means the genie in your Aladdin's lamp that you have in front of you, the genie is your brain. The genie is you. That's why the course was, your wish is your command, not your wish is my command. You get to command whatever you want to have happen. Your genie is your brain. When you put out a frequency, the law of attraction says it must come back. The law of attraction is actually a senior law to the law of gravity. Now let me explain that briefly. Oops, let's go back to the four basics. Who should you listen to? The guru, the guy who wrote the book, your mother, your sister, your friend, your relative. How about Thomas Edison? How about Albert Einstein? How about the richest man in the world, Andrew Carnegie? Don't look at me, I'm just the messenger. Who do you listen to? What's your teachability index right now? What's your willingness to learn? For some of you, it went up because all of a sudden I can see on your faces. It's like, oh, wow. And you're looking at not me, but you're looking at my colleagues and you're looking at this place and you're looking outside and you're thinking, it's real. This is not fantasy land. These are real people who really believe this, who really do this, and look at the results. Ah! Yeah. So some of you, your teachability, some of you at home don't have that luxury. Where's your teachability in this? What's your willingness to learn? And because I'm throwing out some unique concepts, what's your willingness to accept change? Remember, changing some of your behaviors and patterns and things you do, but also changing the way you think. Changing the way you think. Interesting. So your brain puts out frequency, and law of attraction says by magnetic pull it has to bring that exact same frequency back. Which means, and here's the bottom line, what we're going to teach you is how to put out the frequency of what you want. That's the first key. How to put out the frequency of what you want and how to make that frequency strong enough and have a strong enough magnetic pull to bring in to your physical universe, your own existence, right before your eyes, that which you want. We're going to teach you how to use your transmitter and receiver and use the law of attraction to make what you want happen virtually instantly in some cases. Now, I mentioned that the law of attraction is senior to the law of gravity. And some of you said, wait a minute, I thought the law of gravity was a law. Yes, it's a physical law. But it's a physical law, but then there's a quantum physical law, which goes beyond it. You can have a physical law, but sometimes there is a senior law that is superior, that can take precedence. Some of you already put your hands on your hips, and teachability index just went down. Willingness to accept change went down. Okay. Well, let me help you anyway. Here's how to help. There is a law of gravity. I mentioned, whether you believe in it or not, it's true. You walk off the top of the building and go straight down. Law of gravity works, period. It's a law, period. Law of gravity is it, period. I don't care. There isn't a person I've ever seen or met that believes that it doesn't exist enough where they can float. So there is a law of gravity, and there's nothing around it. However, look up in the sky, and sometimes you see an airplane or a bird. How does an airplane fly or a bird fly if there's a law of gravity? How do they defy the law of gravity? The answer is there's a senior law to the law of gravity. It's called the law of lift. The law of lift takes precedence over and is senior to the law of gravity. So we have physical laws in this universe. And then we have senior laws to the physical. And the most senior is the law of attraction, which is based on whatever vibration you put out, whatever frequency that your brain puts out, it will attract. And it will defy any physical law. This is why the training balance scale is so important. When you understand that concept, the how am I going to get the money? It doesn't matter because you're using the law of attraction. The how doesn't matter. Because when you use your thoughts and the law of attraction, the how becomes irrelevant. And then what my friend who said, when your attitude's right, the facts don't count. Now it makes sense. Because the facts are almost always opinion, but the facts are physical facts which are superseded by the law of attraction fact. Just like the law of lift supersedes the law of gravity. The bottom line is this: you can have, be, or do anything you want by using your own powerful, most powerful, fastest transmitter and receiver of frequency and vibration and energy called your brain, and by the fact that the law of attraction exists in the universe, meaning whatever you transmit, whatever frequency you transmit, you automatically attract it into your physical existence. And that will break all physical laws, and that's why it looks like magic, or luck, or serendipity, or what a coincidence. Oh, you're the luckiest guy in the world. Who would believe that just happened? It's called, yeah, who would believe? How could that happen? Boy, that's a miracle. Yeah, miracle, luck, serendipity, coincidence, strange circumstances, phenomena beyond our understanding. It's all a senior law to the physical called law of attraction. And using our transmitter, the brain. We're going to do this when we come back. Just remember, you can have, be, or do anything you want. And during the break, focus and go back to the 4 basics and make sure you're all up on Teachability Index. All right, we're back. Any questions, comments, or observations so far? Yes, question. Good question. The question was, are we talking about the law of attraction as described in the book, The Secret, or as described in other similar books, right? The law of attraction is a law. And as popularized in the book, The Secret, the law of attraction that we're talking about here is the same. However, as you will see for the rest of today and tomorrow, how to apply the law of attraction. Not what the law of attraction is, by definition, but I think you're going to see some very clear distinctions on how we, as society or ex-society members, have been taught how the law of attraction works and how to make the law of attraction work for us. I think that's going to be the huge, absolutely enormous distinctive difference. Yes? The question is, I talked about the brain, and Einstein, as well as Thomas Edison, at the turn of the century, scientifically proved that the human brain actually does, in fact, transmit vibration or frequency or energy, and that can be measured. And the question was, how come we're not hearing more today with the advancements in scientific research and equipment? Well, With the limited time, I'm thinking of how to actually answer this because we have limited time. And it's an excellent question. And so I'll try to be as brief as possible just to give you the gist of it. Society members, the elite class, throughout history believed that they were genetically programmed to be, in fact, now by the way, let me say, this is not me. I am not saying this. It's not that I believe it. I adhere to this. That's not what I'm saying. I'm giving you historical facts, okay? So from a historical perspective, throughout history, the elite class of society, the ruling classes, and that's defined as, for a couple hundred years ago and beyond, it was primarily the royal families, the kings and the royal families, the rulers of the countries, number one. And then the elite class of industry, those who controlled, most people don't know the history behind this, those who controlled the monopolies of the world's necessities. So the two basic ruling classes, and it's the same today, they're just called different things, but first is the rulers of countries, the rulers of the people, countries, royal families, and then secondly, those who control the monopolies of the necessities of the time. So throughout history, those monopolies were different. For many centuries, it was salt. So those who controlled the salt monopolies. In American history, it was the railroads, the banking, because you had to bank, you had to travel and use the railroads. There was no option. So if you controlled those monopolies, obviously today it is oil. Whether the price of oil is $50 a barrel or $200 a barrel, people are driving about the same and using about the same amounts of oil. It's something that is a necessity. Food throughout history has always been a necessity, so those who control food supply. So that's the elite class. So the elite class of people always believed that they were genetically programmed to be superior, smarter thinking, and to be genetically programmed to rule over the vast majority of people who had a different genetic model. These genetic models that they were referring to were vibrational. The DNA of blue bloods, the DNA of the ruling class throughout history, the DNA of the elite class, because they actually intermarried between one another and, quote, didn't, go to the other side of the tracks. And this is historical. I'm just giving you a historical perspective. Their DNAs actually vibrated at different frequencies than, let's say, the working class, which vibrated at a lower frequency. And throughout history, the ruling classes always wanted to make sure that those workers kept their vibration at a much lower frequency. So in China, for example, I'll give you a history lesson in the future. But China, for example, the rulers made sure that they controlled opium, the drug, and made sure that the majority of Chinese workers were taking opium on a daily, regular basis. That drug keeps the vibrational frequency very low and makes sure that desires don't spring up, and therefore these people will be docile and never want to do anything substantial in their life. Therefore, the rulers remain the rulers and the workers remain the workers. So throughout history, the concept that the brain actually emits and transmits vibration, frequency, or energy, and receives vibration, frequency, or energy. That concept, that factual, biological, quantifiable, scientifically proven and documented concept, not fantasy, not mysticism, not spirituality. We're not saying you have to believe on faith. This is quantifiable. That fact, still to this day, is something that the elite class and the members of the various societies globally around the world in all the countries want to keep secret. That is the major fact that they want to keep secret. Not the law of attraction. The fact that your brain is the one that transmit frequency. That is the major thing that is desperate amongst the elite class to keep secret. Now, when you consider today, just like throughout history, the rulers around the world of the various countries are mostly members of secret societies. Past President Bush was a well-known, documented member of Skull and Bones. These people who founded the CIA, again, watch the movie The Good Shepherd, well-known members of the Skull and Bones secret society of Yale University. Senator John Kerry, many senators, many U.S. Supreme Court justices are mostly members of secret societies. Actually all of today's billionaires, if you pick up the magazine that talks about the billionaires of the world, every single one of them are members, and many of them readily admit membership into secret societies. So all the people that control the governments, all the people that control today's monopolies. What monopolies are we talking about? The monopolies are necessities that no matter what the economy, it still is being used. So food is obviously one of the most important commodities and necessities. So those around the world that control food supplies. When you go to various countries, there are sometimes in many countries there are less than 50 people that control virtually all the food supply in those countries. In America, for example, when you go into a restaurant, do you know that 90% of all restaurant food is supplied by one supplier? They control the food. So people control food supply, that's a monopoly. Those who control oil, that's a monopoly. Those are the two most prevalent. There's about 12 other monopolies as well. But those are the two obviously most common and prevalent. So these people that control these monopolies do not want you to know the truth about your own ability. And what we're talking about here, and what Einstein talked about, and what Thomas Edison documented, they documented this fact scientifically, is that your brain emits a frequency or an energy. It transmits a frequency, a vibration, or an energy. It also receives it. Okay? So that is the fact. And the reason why we haven't heard more about it is because the people that control the free flow of information globally do not want you to know it. Because if you do know it, then you will realize how much power you have, and that you in fact have Aladdin's lamp and your own personal genie, which can make anything you want happen. With this knowledge and how to use this knowledge, you can have, be, or do anything you want. You have the power. We're going to talk about some challenges you have right now and how to correct those. But we'll talk about that in a minute. Did I answer your question? Good. Any other questions, comments, or observations? Yes. Great comment. The comment was, just in the last 4 hours or so of being exposed to this from a factual, and I'm paraphrasing you, from a factual standpoint, being exposed to this knowledge from a factual standpoint, not from some guru, but actually physically sitting here. And I know you have a big advantage, those of you who are here. Those on listening to the CD don't. But those of you physically sitting here are seeing not only the beautiful place we're in, and knowing it's not open to the public, but seeing the physical manifestations that this really works in real life, and meeting real people, many people that you are, quote, famous or celebrities that are here, my colleagues, and realizing that we are talking to you factually, not from a rah-rah stage, jumping up and down with music and dancers and giving you a motivational speech, but talking to you factually. You're realizing that this is absolutely 100% real and true, and you're, and again, I'm paraphrasing you, your level of excitement and belief that you will be able to apply this is just going through the roof right now. Did I say what you really meant to say? Okay, thank you. That was a great comment. I think it's true. Those of you listening to the CD, you have one disadvantage. For those of you who are, the people here in the room, they're having the ability to, again, see not just myself, but my colleagues. And my colleagues are some of the richest people in the world. Some of these people are very well known, been on television and written in magazines and newspapers. And to have these people come forth and basically reveal that they have been members of secret societies. Again, Skull and Bones is represented, Illuminati is represented, Freemasons is represented, Brotherhood is represented, and several others from many other countries around the world. And to have these people here in the room with me, validating and verifying that, yeah, this is how it works. This is the secret. This is what goes on behind the curtain, behind closed doors. This is what the majority of the population around the world will never know, never hear about, and never be exposed to. But this is how the magic works on planet Earth. And this is what we've done. This is what we've been taught. This is how we've been taught. This is how we've applied this. And these are the results. And the results that you're seeing is not just wealth, but you're seeing that obviously beyond your wildest imaginations, like nothing you've seen on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, because this kind of wealth and opulence and money is something they just don't even know exists. So you're seeing this firsthand, and that's awe-inspiring, and obviously is raising your level of belief because you can see this really works. But you're also meeting people who are talking to you at a different level than you've heard them talk before and communicate before. You're really being exposed to the inner circle and the secrets that go on in that inner sanctum or inner circle. So you're seeing, this goes back to who do you listen to? Who do you listen to? Again, this is the real deal. Good comment. All right, let's carry on, shall we? So where we're at right now is we've talked about the 5 basics, emphasize the importance of always focusing on the fundamentals and mastering the basics and always going back to that, always going back to those basics, and the importance of who do you listen to, really focusing on that, your teachability index, how teachable are you? It's funny because at the break, somebody came up to me and said, I get it. I really get it. And let me point something out to you when we talk about teachability index. Again, hopefully you can see why this one subject we could talk about for hours in terms of all the nuances and ways to really be perfect on this. When you say, I get it, your teachability index goes down to 0. Because your willingness to accept change virtually is 0, because you got it all, you know it all, you're completely unteachable. When you know it all, when you say, no, I know that, I get that. When you think you know it all, when you think you know it, you're stopped becoming teachable. So it's important to grasp a concept, but you never get it perfectly. So the way really to be perfectly teachable is when you're listening to a concept. If you think you get it, that's good. You can't be confused throughout your whole life. That's not what I'm suggesting. But what you have to say is, wow, I get it so far, and I know there's so much more I need to learn, and I know there's so much more I don't even know. But I think I'm grasping. I'm grasping. Not that you fully get it, but it's like I'm getting what he's presenting. I think I can use this. I'm understanding it. Wow, how much more is there? There must be so much more. And boy, I don't know what I don't know. So you have to have that balance. Again, complete willingness to learn and complete willingness to accept change. So we talked about the basics, teachability index, the training balance scale. And the training balance scale, at this point, you'll see, we'll talk about more on this later, But the training balance scale emphasizes that the thought process is the majority of what we're going to be talking about, and the majority of where your focus should be on. And the skills, the techniques, and the how is what most people focus on, which is why they fail. So when you understand that training balance scale, you'll always be able to catch yourself if you're focusing on how we're going to do that. In business, which is let's talk about relationships. In relationships, people always say, I don't know how I'm going to meet my mate. I don't know how I'm going to meet my mate. I don't know how. And the answer is, I don't know how either. But the how is irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. You don't have to know how. And the training balance scale suggests that the techniques and the skills are not that important. But society emphasizes to you that it is important because they want you to focus on that. That way you'll always believe you're never capable of achieving what you want. And that's one of the techniques that is being used globally to keep people in a state of never achieving. And again, that's the goal. The goal of the elite class is to make sure that they remain in the elite class and that everybody else remains virtually slaves. There's no uprising. There's no major, large groups of people realizing that they have power and rising to the level that they want to rise to. That creates competition, and that reduces the power and control and the financial resources of the current elite class. So that's why it's happening. And then, of course, the 4 steps, ending with unconscious competence, where you're doing this automatically, you're not thinking about it anymore, and then it just happens automatically and you live your life. It's like you're a magician. Everything just happens perfectly. And of course, the 5th basic is to master the basics, focus on the fundamentals. Then we talked about the 2 powerful concepts. One is that your brain is both a transmitter and receiver of frequency, vibration, or energy. They're all the same. Pick the word, whatever you feel comfortable with. But it's similar to, but actually more powerful and higher than a radio frequency. So there's a couple concepts you have to grasp first before we teach you how to apply them. And if you have any questions, raise your hand so I can answer them. First concept. Everything on Earth is made of atoms. We all know that. We went to school, we know that. Everything is made of atoms. You also have to understand that throughout history, science has created technology or instruments that can see smaller and smaller particles. So back when atoms were discovered, scientists proclaimed with their arrogance that the atom was the smallest particle in the universe. And I say with their arrogance, it's like because that's all they could see. Their instrument could only see that far or that close up or amplify that much. So they could see an atom, and they then determined, since that's all they could see, but that's as far as their instrument would go, therefore the atom must be the smallest particle on the planet. Well, years later, when they developed a new instrument that could actually magnify even more powerfully, they found out that the atom is not a particle. And the atom actually consists of an electron circulating around a nucleus. Protons and electrons. And then they said, oh my, this electron is also, it's smaller than an atom. Therefore, the electron is the smallest particle in the universe. Again, with their complete arrogance. Instead of saying what they should say, and they should say, look, with the instrument that we have right now, the smallest particle we can see is the electron. But obviously, there must be something probably smaller that we can't see yet. That's what they should say. But scientists are arrogant. So there's this electron. Again, for those of you listening at home, you know what an atom looks like. It's got this nucleus in the middle, and then circulating around it is an electron. So that electron is a little piece of particle, right? But here's the question. What holds the electron in orbit, if you will, around the nucleus? What's holding it? And the answer is energy, or a vibration, or a frequency. Scientists now have instruments that can actually go smaller than the electron, and they see the electron is made up of vibration. That it's actually full of holes, that it's not solid, that nothing is solid, that it's vibration. And that is called frequency, vibration, or energy. Again, scientists today still cannot completely understand how a radio wave transmitted from either a satellite, let's say your cell phone. How does your cell phone pick up a signal when you're in an elevator in a building? The signal is a frequency. It's energy. It's a vibration. And that frequency is traveling not in one little beam. Think about it. You could be virtually anywhere and pick up the signal, which means that frequency is permeating all space. If you're in a room and you walk anywhere in the room, it's picking up the signal. Therefore, the signal is not like a line. The signal is almost like a gaseous thing, which is permeating the whole room with a vibration. It's hard for a lot of people to comprehend. But that's what frequency or vibration is. And scientists can't understand how that can come out of a radio transmitter or a satellite or one of these cell towers, and how it can travel across all the miles, hundreds of miles, and it virtually permeates every bit of space. And it goes through and passes through trees and buildings and glass and steel and brick and mortar. When you go into a subway, it still works in many cases. Isn't that amazing? It's everywhere. Like this invisible gas that fills up everything and goes through everything. See, it's almost like magical. You think, wow, I never really thought about that. It's almost like science fiction. But it's factual. It's actually physical. It's quantum physics. Just because you can't see it with your eyes doesn't mean that it's not physical. It is part of the physical universe. Energy and vibration is here. We just can't see it with our physical eyes. So that's the first thing you have to understand, that vibration exists, and everything on the planet is made up of atoms, which is made up of electrons, which is made up of nothing but energy or vibration or frequency. Therefore, everything on the planet, every single thing, at the end of the day, is the same. And scientists have said this for hundreds of years, that everything is made up of the same material. Everything on the planet is made up of the same atoms. It's just the combination of atoms that are different. But everything, you and I are made up of the exact same material, atoms. The desk here is made up of the same material that you and I are made up, atoms. This water bottle is made up of the same material, atoms. These flowers are made up of the same material as atoms. The caviar is made up as the same material, atoms. Everything is made up of the same material, atoms. And those atoms are made up of the exact same thing, electrons, protons. And the electrons and protons are made up of the exact same thing, vibration or frequency. So the only thing that makes everything look different, with the different colors, shapes, sizes, textures, and so forth, and why we have gold and why we have silver and why we have metal and why we have iron and why we have steel and why we have rock and why we have this flower, is there are virtually unlimited number. It's almost infinite, the number. It's actually a finite number, but we'll just use infinite because the number is just so great. You couldn't put enough zeros across the blackboard here. The number of potential combinations of frequencies, because when you take one frequency and mix it with another, you have a different frequency. The change may be slight, but it's still different. So the potential number of frequency combinations is virtually endless. It's infinite. So everything you're seeing is made up of the same thing. The only difference is the vibrational frequency of everything you see is different. That's what makes this flower look different than that flower. They're made up of the exact same atoms, and in this case, the exact same materials, the exact same everything. The only difference is the combination and the ratios of atoms to one another are different. Therefore, the vibration is different. Therefore, the result of what you see in the physical universe is different. So the concept that you have to grasp and understand, and if you don't completely physically grasp it, it's still okay, but you have to at least understand this. Everything on the planet is made up of atoms. We can all concur to that. We know that. I mean, that's not me. Einstein said this, and every scientist on the planet agrees. It's not even a consensus. It's unanimous. Scientific fact. Everything is made up of atoms. There's nothing that has been found that is not made up of atoms. Even moon rocks are made up of the same atoms, which surprise scientists. It's like there's nothing new. So everything's made up of atoms. Atoms are all made up of the same thing. And the electrons and protons in atoms are simply made up of vibration. They just vary. The vibration is different. So therefore, everything you see is made up of vibration. Or everything you see is basically a combination of different frequencies. Or everything you see is nothing but energy. So everything you see is nothing but a vibration. Everything you see is nothing but a frequency. Everything is vibrating. Everything has a frequency. Everything is just pure energy. Everything on planet Earth. We could say everything in the universe, but listen, you're not leaving this planet to go someplace tomorrow, so let's just deal with this planet. You know, for the rest of your life, you're probably going to be here, and you will want to make this existence as magical and wonderful and exhilarating and blissful and happy and successful. So let's just deal with here, right? People always want to talk about other stuff, and it's like, look, you may want to know that, but you know, you're living here, so let's enjoy this and figure out how to make this work extremely well. So everything is vibration, everything is energy, everything is frequency. That's the first concept you have to understand. That everything you're looking at with your eyes is frequency and energy. Second concept is your brain is a transmitter of frequency and a receiver of frequency. Now let me take this concept one step further. You, and I'm not going to talk about who you are, another weekend, but you have the power and ability to create any frequency you want with your brain and transmit it. Let me say that again to make sure you understand this. So, first concept, everything is a frequency or a vibration or energy. Everything on the planet. Everything is just vibrating. If you just imagine, you kind of look around here and just imagine it. Everything you're seeing, this couch is vibrating at one frequency. This table is vibrating at a different frequency. This lamp is vibrating at a different frequency. Every one of these flowers is vibrating at a different frequency. The chocolates are vibrating at a different frequency. And every chocolate in the box is vibrating at a different frequency. This pear is vibrating at a different frequency. The grapes are vibrating at a different frequency. This chair is vibrating at a different frequency. Everything you see is vibrating, and everything you see is vibrating at a different frequency. Because it's all energy. That's the first concept. Second concept is your brain. It transmits frequencies, energy or vibration, whatever word you want to use, and also receives it. Third concept, you have the ability to use your brain and create any frequency you want and transmit it. Okay? Because you, and I'm gonna, now somebody says, well, how do I do that? No, hold that question. I'm just making sure you understand the concepts first. You have the ability to dial in, if you will, your brain, the frequency that you choose, and transmit it. You also have the ability to transmit that frequency softly, with little power, or blast it with huge amounts of power. Because if your brain is a transmitter, you can kind of have a volume control or power control. You can crank up the power and transmit a beam that is so strong and so powerful, it's amazing. Your brain transmits frequencies similar to a satellite transmitting frequencies, a cell tower transmitting frequencies, or a radio tower transmitting frequencies. The difference is the frequency levels that your brain is putting out are much higher than those put out by cell phones, a radio transmitter, tower, or a satellite. Those frequencies go in a straight line, but still pass through brick, mortar, etc., and still travel almost instantaneous. The frequency that your brain puts out does not travel in a straight line. It can actually travel through the earth to the other end of the earth. It goes in all directions. And when it's transmitted, virtually transmits instantaneously, and we'll just deal with planet Earth here, all over the globe. And unlike a radio transmitter, where the further you get away from the tower, the weaker the signal, the frequency that your brain puts out the same power 1 foot in front of you or 3,000 miles across the planet. It's the exact same power. Now, go back. Who do you listen to? Look around again. You know, you shake. Listen, you're shaking these people's hands. You can see with your own eye. We're not lying. We're not making this up. This isn't theory. This is real. It works, and you're looking at the evidence. I keep going back to that because it's really important to understand this. What is your teachability index? What's your willingness to learn? What's your willingness to accept change? Right now, you're probably really focusing on what is my willingness to accept change, because I'm giving you some stuff that some people have a hard time grasping. But here's the goofy thing: if you've never seen a cell phone, I mean, go back, look at remember Star Trek, the communicators. You know, Scotty beamed me up. He used to have this little hand communicator, and it's like 5 times bigger than a cell phone. But back in the 60s, we looked at that as nothing but science fiction. How could anybody have this small thing, you know, which is huge? Now we look at it and go, how big and goofy that communicator was compared to our little tiny cell phones. So this is not mystical, magical, something you have to believe in. I mean, this is nothing. It's like no more impressive than explaining how a cell phone works, or how, I mean, look at a DVD. I mean, think about it. You take a DVD, it's this little disc. How do all the images go on there? Look at a computer. I mean, look at all the technology that we just take for granted because we see it. And I'm telling you how your brain works, and some of you are looking at me like, I don't know if I can believe that. Wait a minute. Turn on your cell phone. How does it work? It's a frequency. The cell phone tower is blasting a frequency, and your cell phone's picking it up. I'm just suggesting that your brain is putting out the same thing. And again, the evidence is very clear. Your brain is made up of atoms, which means your whole body is made up of atoms, which means your whole body is nothing but a frequency. It's a vibration. Every organ is vibrating at a different frequency. It's a combination of frequencies collectively putting out one frequency. This makes sense? So your brain puts out frequency. You can decide whatever frequency you want to put out. And the frequency is different than radio frequencies because it has more power and it can go more places faster. It permeates everything, nothing can block it. So when your brain puts out a frequency, nothing can block it. Now Thomas Edison, who was the inventor, researched this. And again, he said very clearly that the brain transmits frequency and is picked up by other brains and affects physical matter. Thomas Edison, the guy ain't an idiot. He was, if not the greatest inventor of all time, a super genius. Albert Einstein said the same thing. The brain transmits frequencies, and those frequencies are, not maybe, are picked up by other brains, and it does, not maybe, but it does affect physical matter. So when you put out a frequency, it affects physical matter. Now, is there scientific evidence to back this up? Yes. There are thousands of research projects that have been done around the world. The most well-known in Western countries was talked about in the movie What the Bleep Do We Know? And if you have not seen that DVD, What the Bleep Do We Know, check it out. They give you the physical evidence. One particular one, I won't give you all the scientific research here, but the bottom line is there are thousands of scientific experiments that measure vibration of matter, whether it's a piece of granite, a piece of steel, a diamond, a flower, a bottle of water, a glass of wine, a book, anything at all. All of these have been measured with scientific instruments, and the scientific instruments show that each one has a different vibration, and those vibrations are constant. They always stay. So if you're looking at a piece of gold, the vibration is always the same. It's a constant, unless something affects it. Now, you take a piece of gold and shoot it with X-rays, which, by the way, are frequencies. You can't see them. Think about this, a magnet. Does a magnet have a frequency around it? Yeah, it's called a magnetic field. Science can't see it. If you take the most powerful instruments up until recently and look at the magnetic field north and south pole, they are different. We know that because they affect things differently. But there's no difference in, quote, the atoms. The atomic structure is the same. The only difference now is the frequencies are different. So it's a frequency that has now been determined. For years, scientists said, we can't determine any difference. No, the atoms are the same at the north and the south pole, but the frequency of those atoms, even though they look the same with the microscope, the frequency, the vibration is different. That's what's been found. So scientists have taken physical matter and measured the frequency of, let's say, gold, and it's a constant. But when they bang it with X-rays or gamma rays or even radio waves, the vibration changes. Okay? So here we have physical matter, a piece of gold or a piece of silver or a rock. It has a constant vibration. Every day it's looked at, and the vibration is the same by the scientists. Then one day they blast it with a radio wave, and the vibration changes slightly. They blast it with an X-ray. The vibration changes slightly. So that vibration can be affected by an outside source. Now, here's where the scientific evidence is. Multiple materials, from gold and silver and iron and plants and a book and a whole bunch of different things, were tested with their vibration. And again, their vibrations were constant. Then a human subject would look at the gold and emit a vibration. And we're going to show you how to do this. They would use their brain and emit a vibration because the brain is a transmitter of vibration. Guess what would happen to the gold? It physically would look exactly the same. But in testing, just like it was bombarded with X-rays or radio waves or gamma rays, the vibration of the gold bar changed. Same thing with the flowers. Same thing with the glass of water. Same thing with the peach and the piece of fruit and the book. So Einstein and Edison were right. The brain transmit frequencies. It's a transmitter and receiver of frequencies. And those frequencies are picked up by other brains, and those frequencies do affect physical matter. Another great research, a common one in the DVD, What the Bleep Do We Know, was water was tested. And rather than check frequency, the water was frozen and then spliced, and you could see the crystallization of the water. And that was always a constant until a person sent a vibration into the water with their brain. Now, the vibration could be one of love, and that affected the structure of the water, which is an effective vibration. They sent hate. It also affected the structure of the water. The bottom line is there is massive physical evidence, scientific evidence, that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that the brain transmits frequencies, and those frequencies affect physical matter. Okay? So our basic concepts. Everything is made of atoms on the planet, and all atoms are made of electrons and protons, and all electrons and protons are made of vibration, frequency, or energy. You pick the word. Therefore, everything on the planet, including you and I, are made up of the same thing. We're nothing but energy, just vibrating at a different frequency. I picked those three words because, in effect, we are energy vibrating at a different frequency. But for ease, you can say energy, vibration, or frequency, but you understand the concept. Everything is energy which vibrates at a different frequency. That's why everything looks different and is different. It's all the same energy, but it's all vibrating at a different frequency. So that's the first concept. Second concept is our brain transmits and receives frequency or energy. It transmits and receives energy. And it can transmit that energy at different vibrational frequencies. So we can transmit any frequency we want with as much or as little power as we want. Next concept. When our brain transmits frequencies, it's picked up by other brains, and it does affect physical matter in the universe. Any questions on that? Yes. Why isn't this taught in schools? Well, who runs the schools? Governments. Does the government want... The government doesn't want you to read. Never mind learn this. I mean, that's another discussion. You're in school now. You're in the real school. Yeah, it's the Harry Potter school. Yeah, when you think about it, yeah, we're in the Harry Potter school of magic. That's where you're at. But you can see it's real. It's real, and it's been kept a secret from you. Isn't that funny? I mean, some of you going, I didn't know he was in. I didn't know he was in. I didn't know you were in. Yeah, we're all in. You know, here's a good guess. If somebody is super rich and powerful and happy and successful, they're in. They know. And they'll lie to you at your face because we're trained. One of the things we train is we only talk amongst ourselves. You know, when you're in those societies like the Brotherhood, like I was, we would have conversations with one another, and it would be completely different than a conversation we'd have with everybody else. It would be like we had two lives. It was really amazing. We had two lives. We were part of our group, and we weren't part of the general population. It was like we were aliens. I mean, it was really amazing. Okay. Next basic concept, again, we have to grasp and understand. So those are the basic ones. Everything's made of energy that vibrates at different frequencies. The brain puts out frequencies at any frequency we want with any power we want. Large amounts of power or small amounts of power. We can put it out. That energy that our brain transmit permeates all time and space. So the moment we transmit it, it's picked up instantaneously all over the globe. And it doesn't make a difference how far away it is. It's picked up with the same intensity. Unlike a radio transmitter, where the further you get away from the tower, the weaker it is. When your brain transmits, it's picked up across the globe. We'll just deal with the globe. It goes across the universe, but it goes across the globe with the same intensity instantaneously and affects everything on the planet at the same time. Again, this is quantum physics, and this is not, it's not foo-foo. It's no more magical or mystical than turning on your TV, and picking up a satellite signal. You get DirecTV, or you get Sky Digital in the UK over there, in Germany and Switzerland. You all have satellites. I mean, how magical is a satellite in the sky you can't see is beaming down thousands and thousands and thousands of miles, some invisible signal. Your little dish picks it up. You turn on TV and you hear sounds and images. Explain that to me, please. You can't explain it. But you don't even challenge it because it's real. You see it. Well, guess what? The very first time you use this technique and you manifest something in your physical universe that you want, and it comes in a day or two later, some of you are going to see things tonight. You're going to come tomorrow and you're going to go, It's going to like you turn on a television for the first time. You lived in some remote island, you never saw a TV, you turn it on for the first time, your eyes get as big as saucers. It's like, it's a witch! He's a witch! You're going to see, some of you are going to do the same thing tonight when you actually we teach you how to apply this here very shortly. Okay. Next basic concept, law of attraction. So now that we understand how the universe works, there's one other element, and that is the law of attraction. And what the law of attraction says, the law of attraction is a senior law to the laws of the physical universe. Again, we have laws, but some of those laws are superseded by more powerful or senior laws. And again, the good example is we do have the law of gravity. What goes up must come down. Law of gravity exists, and it is a physical law. It's a law of gravity. But it is superseded by the law of lift, because the law of lift defies the law of gravity, which is how an airplane flies. So an airplane flies. When the airplane flies, the law of gravity doesn't go away. The airplane is flying because it is using a more powerful law, a senior law to the law of gravity called the law of lift. So we have laws in the physical universe. Some of these are just agreements that you've made because you think that's how things work. So you've created your own set of laws. This is how things work. We'll talk about that. But we have things in the physical universe that we believe to be true, or laws, like the law of gravity. And I'm here to tell you that the law of attraction is senior to any of the physical laws. It's just like the law of lift. It's senior to the law of gravity. So the law of attraction is the most senior law. It is the most powerful law. It supersedes everything. Okay? It makes everything else go away. No other law exists when this law is being employed. Even the law of gravity will be superseded by the law of attraction. And what the law of attraction says is vibrations that are the same attract. The law of attraction. Interestingly enough, Samuel Hahnemann of Germany invented a medical science or healing art called homeopathy, which is based on the same thing. Homeopathic remedies, when you get them, contain nothing. It's just some saline solution or carrier solution. There's nothing in it. Scientists look at 5 different homeopathic remedies for different ailments, and they analyze them and go, they're all the same. And the homeopath said, no, the frequency, the vibration is different. And the way that a homeopathic remedy has been made is a substance was taken, let's say poison ivy. Now, if you rubbed poison ivy on your skin, what would happen? You'd get itchy, you'd get, red marks, right? You'd have an allergic reaction to the poison ivy. Well, homeopathy says if you have itchiness, redness, if you have the symptoms of poison ivy or similar symptoms, the remedy for that to make it go away is the poison ivy frequency. And Hahnemann's theory was like cures like, which is law of attraction. Like attracts like. It neutralizes it and cures it. So a way a homeopathic remedy would make, you wouldn't eat the poison ivy because what you need is the frequency of poison ivy. So he would take poison ivy, put it in some alcohol, let it sit to develop what's called a tincture. So it would extract from the poison ivy all of the key elements. That small amount of tincture, he would then take 1 drop of that tincture, 1 drop, and put it in a 5-gallon jug of water. And then what he would do is called succuss it. So he would shake it, and shake it once, twice, 3, 4, 100 times, depending on the power. Interestingly enough, the more diluted this remedy is, the stronger it is. Interestingly enough, because the vibration gets higher and higher. So he would succuss it about 100 times, but he's not through. He would then take 1 drop of that 5-gallon jug and put that 1 drop into another 5-gallon jug. And he would succuss that 100 times or shake it. He would take 1 drop of that and put it into another 100-gallon jug. He could do this 100 times. Well, even after the 2nd or 3rd time, there's nothing in the jug except water. But guess what? With scientific instruments today, we actually see that there is only just water, but the frequency in the water is different. I mean, it's amazing. And that's how homeopathy has been used for hundreds of years. And guess who is the major users of homeopathy? Members of royal families around the world, because they understand energy. The reason they understand energy is because we've been taught this for thousands of years. So when homeopathy was developed, guess who jumped on it and knew right away this would work? Because it's energetic healing. People who are members of the secret societies, which of course royal families. Interesting. So law of attraction says a vibration will attract a similar vibration. Like attracts like. So vibrations that are similar always attract. That's where the magnetic pull is. That's where the powerful magnetic pull. And the closer the vibrational match, the stronger the magnetic pull. That's what the law of attraction is. So everything on the universe is a vibration. And every vibration, every single thing that is vibrating, is actually putting out to the universe a magnetic drawing in of similar vibrations. So if you can imagine in this room, everything you physically see is vibrating and is all emitting a vibration which is calling forth, or like a magnet pulling into itself, similar vibrations. Now we have a unique ability. Unlike this flower is putting out one vibration. But you and I have the ability to use our brain, our mind, and transmit whatever frequency we choose. And whatever frequency we transmit with our brain, whatever frequency we transmit with our brain will be attracted to us. So whatever frequency we put out is being attracted to us. That's law of attraction. Now, some of you think, ooh, I can start using this. Well, let me tell you the good and the bad news. The bad news is you have been using this from the moment you were born. You just now know how to use it, and you will know how to use it. But the fact is, you are transmitting with your brain frequencies. You are transmitting with your brain frequencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Your brain is transmitting frequencies. And everything in your life is there because of what you've transmitted with your brain. It has been attracted into your existence, into your experience, and into your life because of what you already have been transmitting. Now, there's a couple caveats here. Two elements of transmitting frequencies. Whatever frequency you transmit is being attracted to you. However, whether it comes in or not, or the speed in which it comes into your experience or not, is dependent on a couple factors. The first two are, what is the intensity or power of your transmissional frequency? So you are transmitting a frequency, but the question is, at what intensity are you transmitting that frequency? And with how much power are you transmitting that frequency? That's the first question. And the next question is, how often are you transmitting that frequency? So the first part of attracting things into your life like a magnet and creating things is transmit the frequency of what you want. We're going to talk about how to do this, so don't worry. It must be transmitted with intensity and power, and it must be transmitted almost constantly. The more power and the higher the intensity of that transmission of the frequency of what you want, and the longer that it's being transmitted, the more consistently it's being transmitted, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, day after day after day, will determine the speed in which that which you are asking for comes into your experience. When you transmit a frequency, this is your command. Remember I said your wish is your command? When you wish for something, find the frequency for that which you wish and then command it to come. The command is transmit it with your brain, increase the intensity and the power as high as you can, and keep that transmission going for as long as possible, constantly. And that will determine how fast it comes in. Now there is a block, there is something that will stop it, which we'll talk about later. But that's the command. That is the command. Any questions so far? Yes? Yeah, Earl Nightingale. You become what you think about most of the time. Correct. Earl Nightingale's Strangest Secret basically tells you this is true, because he says you become, or what you get, what you think about most of the time. When you're thinking about something, that's very astute observation, yes. When you are thinking about something, you are transmitting a frequency. When you're thinking about what you want, you're transmitting a frequency. And if you're thinking about it a lot, then it'll come in. You become what you think about most of the time. Now we're going to talk about a few more basic concepts when we come back after the break, and then we're going to talk about how to apply this. Again, today is our biggest day because this is the basis for making money. So tomorrow, How Anyone Can Make Millions We're going to be talking about how to apply this specifically to money, and then I'm also going to talk a little bit on the other side of the training balance scale, some techniques and skills and specific things you can do. So I'm going to I'm going to speed up your ability to make cash rather than have you figure out a lot of this on your own. And we're going to give you kind of a shortcut to help you so you can just jump right into a bunch of different things to make money. And that's why anyone can make millions. But if you don't want to make millions, if you just want to make hundreds of thousands or an extra couple grand a month or whatever you want to make, whatever your financial dreams are, some of you are just going to be so blissfully happy by applying this technique in your life because your relationship's going to get better, your health is going to get better, your body's going to look better. You're just going to feel so much happier and fulfilled that money becomes really irrelevant. And quite frankly, money is irrelevant. Some of you are saying, oh, it's easy for him to say, look at all this stuff, you know? Yeah. Yeah, billions. What question was, what's the collective net worth of me and my colleagues? King, what do you... You're the mathematician, right? What do you think? Well, net worth, which means what we have or what we control. And I'm probably the small guy here amongst the group. No, yes, maybe, no. Well, you guys control more. Yeah, well, the oil. That's a good question. 500 billion, maybe, under control, either owned or under control. Total from the people that you're shaking hands with. Yeah. Don't be in awe. Don't sweat. As you can see, we're all real people. You know, we made a decision to come and teach you, so you have nothing to fear. Nothing to fear. Okay, we're back. Any questions, comments, or observations? Yes. Good question. The question was, what about people that are not members of secret societies, who have not been taught about the law of attraction, don't know anything about it, but have incredible success in their life? How do they achieve that? And the answer is, the law of attraction works whether you know about it or not. Your brain transmits frequencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It receives frequencies. Whether you're consciously doing that or not, that's what your brain does. Everything on the planet vibrates. Whether you know about it or not, that's what it does. So whether you know about the law of attraction or not, and whether you're using these concepts consciously or not, they still exist. And the fact is, the law of attraction is working in your life and everyone's life, whether they know it or not. When you see how it works, you'll understand why you have succeeded, why you have gotten things in your life that you wanted, and also why you have gotten things in your life you didn't want, or why you haven't succeeded. Because you'll now see that you have been doing this unconsciously all along. And the law of attraction has been working all along. See, whether you know about it or not is irrelevant. It works, it happens, it's there. So for those people that, quote, don't know anything about the law of attraction or how these techniques work, they're doing this anyway. They're just doing it instinctively. They're doing it automatically, maybe because by trial and error, or maybe they don't even know what they're doing, they're just doing it. You look at great athletes, for example, great golfers or various musicians that have, quote, natural talent. When a teacher looks at what they're doing, these individuals have figured it out on their own, and they're doing it not knowing that there's a law or there's a principle or this is how the physical universe is constructed. They're just doing it. So that's the reason why some people who, quote, don't know about this are getting incredible success in their life, getting the things they want, are blissfully happy, have great relationships, etc. They're doing it anyway. But it's much easier when you actually know the mechanics, when you know the recipe, so that you can apply it. Much more effective. Any other comments? Yes. Well, thank you. The comment was that she can't believe how easy and logical this is, and I appreciate the comment. Thank you very much. I hope I'm presenting this material in a way that's easy to grasp and digest and understand. And again, those here in the room have a huge advantage. I mean, you're from all over the world. I'm not sure how many countries here are represented by our participants, but my colleagues, eight countries around the world. And again, you have a big advantage being here because you're not only seeing the physical evidence that this works, but you're meeting people that some of you have heard about, read about, know, and are getting information directly from them and seeing that this is, not pie in the sky, not guru land or motivational speaker world or that type of thing, but the real deal, the people at the highest levels in both world governments and in business. And again, I'd like to just thank again my colleagues for coming forward. I think this is the first time in history when Napoleon Hill was taught this information from Andrew Carnegie, a member of the Brotherhood, and started sharing this back at the turn of the century. It was really the first time this was being leaked from a resident member. And that information was strictly on the money side and the financial or economic side. But this is the first time in history that so many people have come out from the various societies and collectively bound together, as we have, as part of the Global Information Network, and being willing to reveal to the masses, for those people who are serious. But again, we made a commitment that we would not just share this with every single person and shove it down anybody's throat, that we'd make this information available to you. But you had to have a high willingness to learn. You had to have a high willingness to learn, which means you're going to have to be willing to give up the thing you love, time and money. How do you determine what is your willingness to learn? I think one of the easiest ways, as I mentioned, is, are you willing to give up something you love? If you love golf, if you love TV, are you willing to give that up to learn this? But there's something else. Are you willing to give up money? And I'm going to talk about why that's really significant if you're willing to give up some money to learn this information and get educated, because that really determines how high your willingness to learn is and how teachable you are. And then, of course, what is your willingness to accept change? This information can be radically different than what you've thought about in the past, but be willing to really accept change and do things different and think things different is going to create different results. So we've talked about, any other comments, questions? Okay, good. We've talked about how the universe works. Everything's made up of energy that vibrates at different frequencies. That's all everything is, including us. That our brains can transmit and do transmit 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, frequencies. We have the ability to choose those frequencies, and we have the ability to determine the power and intensity of the frequency and the duration that frequency is being broadcast. Now, how long is that frequency being broadcast? So when we put out a frequency, if we increase the power and intensity and increase the duration in which that frequency is broadcast, then a matching frequency will come to us like a magnet, like as fast as you can imagine. Because when we put out a frequency with our brain, with power and intensity, over a long duration, then everything on the planet and everything in the universe is working together to match that frequency and bring it to you. And it will happen incredibly fast. With practice, when you get to unconscious competence, it'll happen faster and faster and faster. You'll be able to dial in the frequency exactly the way you want. I'm going to teach you how to do that. Increase the power and intensity and keep the duration long enough so that it activates everything in the universe so that it draws to you like a magnet and comes rushing towards you. Think about it this way. What you want wants you. What you want wants you. And all you have to do is activate it and it comes rushing to you. There's a magnetic pull. You can attract money like a magnet. You can attract your lover, the best relationship like a magnet. You can attract things into your existence, friends, social status, accolades, success, achievement, happiness, bliss. You can attract anything and everything you want. You can be, do, or have anything you want. As Napoleon Hill said, anything the mind of man can conceive, which means anything you can dream, anything you can imagine, anything you can desire. Napoleon Hill said, anything the mind of man can conceive, comma, and bring itself to believe, comma, it can achieve. Which means any and everything you can dream of, any and every desire, anything and everything you want to be, do, or have, if you believe, which we'll talk about, that's a key element, you will have it. And the method in which that is achieved, the method in which you command your genie to give you what you want, is by putting out the frequency of what you want, increasing the power and intensity, keeping the duration long enough, and it will come rushing toward you. It has to by law. It's the law of attraction, which is senior to the law of gravity or any law in the physical universe. It's how everything works. You cannot deny it. You can't scientifically foo-foo it away. Quite the opposite. Every bit of scientific evidence and proof shows it works. And again, you now have the luxury that I have had where you can see physical evidence that it works and meet real people. And not just, Joe Smith who runs the diner or the dry cleaner or a very successful teacher. And there's nothing wrong with those people or professions because they may be using this technique as well. But you're looking at people who have used this not only with themselves but their families. And some of the people here in the room, the royal families here, which we're grateful are here, through, decades and decades and decades, in ruling lands. I mean, this is something that's passed down generationally. So this is something that really works. Now, Napoleon Hill, I mentioned his story, how he learned this from Andrew Carnegie at the turn of the century, the richest man in the world. He puts it this way. He said the key to success is one thing. One, define your dream. That's number one. Define your dream. Now what that means is it means clearly know or define what you want. So in order for you to achieve things in your life, you need to know what you want. You go to a restaurant and get the menu. You need to decide what you want so you can order it. You can just say, bring me some food, because you may want food. That's fine, you'll get some food. But it may not be exactly to your liking. But if you want something specific, you can ask for something specific in the restaurant, order it, and it will come to you. Life is the same way. Define your dream. Determine and define exactly what you want. That's the first thing he said. He said the key that he learned from Carnegie was define your dream. And then secondly, get a burning desire for its achievement. Again, this was language back at the turn of the century, so I'm going to kind of translate. And I'm sorry I'm translating in English for those of you whose first language here is not English. Define your dream. Determine exactly what you want, clearly identify what you want, and then get a burning desire for its achievement. So the question is, what is the definition of burning desire? What is the definition of define your dream? We're going to talk about that. So how do we get a burning desire? How do we define our dream? We're going to talk about this. And this is really a key element. Now we're getting into kind of the specific techniques on how to apply the basic principle, which is use your brain, transmit a frequency with power and intensity, keep that transmission over a long duration, and then it will come. Now there's one thing, if you do that, there's one thing that could hinder it, which we'll talk about later, but let's just talk about how Napoleon Hill defined those mechanics in English, which is define your dream. So let's put it now into real working practice. First off, if you go to any success seminar or read any of the success books, again, I think you'll find now that many of them are misguided and wrong because they may give you some elements of what we're teaching here, but also other elements that basically make it not work. You're getting a recipe. This recipe works all the time when followed. If you start changing the recipe, if you start changing the ingredients, adding or subtracting ingredients, or changing the proportion of ingredients, or change the order in which the ingredients are mixed together, you're not going to get the same result. So we're giving you the pure secret recipe that has never been released to the public with all of the ingredients in the exact proportion. Now you can read thousands of books and you can get bits and pieces, but there isn't one out there that gives that myself or any of the people here, my colleagues, have been exposed to that give this exact recipe. Therefore, the evidence also shows that there's nothing else out there that has delivered these results. The speed and effectiveness in terms of getting results that you want, getting what you want fast with less effort. This is it. First, define your dream. Now, before we talk about defining your dream, when I say that, people start thinking, I want a car, I want a house, I want a better job, I want to hit the lottery, I want to travel all over the world, I want a better relationship, I want a relationship, I want to have a better relationship with my kids, I want to have a better social standing, I want to lose weight, I want to get rid of my illness, I want better health. All these different dreams come. But there's one thing that is senior to everything when it's defining your dream. And it's the one thing that we are going to be focusing on as our template. It's the most important thing. That is this. Number one. Always the most important. And that is this. You must always have as a goal, and it is your goal subconsciously anyway, but you must always have as a goal to feel good right now. Your goal, your biggest dream, should always be, I want to feel good right now. Not tomorrow, not when you get your raise, not when you get your new car, not when you take your vacation. Your goal should be to feel good right now. Feel as good as you can. Now, let me define. What does feel good mean? Feel good, first and foremost, means being outrageously happy. Let's use some different words to describe some various emotions. This is an emotion, not physical body feeling. Boy, my body feels good. Well, when your body feels good, doesn't your emotions feel good too sometimes? We're not talking about physical body first. We're talking about emotions. Feeling good, being happy, being content, being settled, feeling secure, being confident, feeling grateful, feeling blessed, feeling bliss, feeling contentment, feeling joy, feeling exhilaration, feeling exuberance. Think of the different words. They all describe different feelings, don't they? There's a difference from feeling exhilaration and feeling contentment. They're both pretty good feelings, but they're different. So the real definition for you is feel good now. And if you want to clearly define that even more, it's feel as good as you can right now. And if you want to define that even more, your goal should be to feel good and keep feeling better. Because you have to be going towards something. Does this make sense? Your goal should always, always, always be feel good now and feel better. So it should be to feel good as you can and keep feeling better. That's what your goal should be. Now for you, based on your situation, your history, a million different reasons, your specific definition of feeling good will change from hour to hour, day to day, week to week, month to month. Sometimes you really just want to feel secure. And to you, that's going to be the best feeling to feel. Because maybe you've been dealing with a lot of insecurity. And for some of you, you want to feel content because you haven't been feeling very contented and you want that feeling of contentment. And from some of you, you want to feel love because you've missed that. You've missed hugs and feeling appreciated from people and loved from people. So you're craving that feeling. And from some of you, you want to feel exhilaration because maybe you have felt bored and you're really craving a better feeling to you, which is called exhilaration. So there isn't a right or wrong good feeling. There's not a right or wrong good feeling. Each one of you will select the feeling and that'll change from hour to hour in some cases, day to day in some cases, week to week in some cases, month to month in some cases. The key is you want to always feel good. Do you wake up in the morning with a smile on your face and feeling how excited you are about the day? And do you jump out of bed and start whistling for no reason or singing in the shower and feeling how lucky you are and how happy you are and how blessed you are and how wonderful life is and how excited you are to experience all these incredible things today in your life. Most people, that's not the case. That's your goal. Do you go throughout the day with eyes open, observing things, taking things in, looking at the tree outside? We're looking at the river here that's going past. We're looking at the magnificent gardens. And we're looking at the Alps, the mountains, the gorgeous trees, the sun, the clouds. We're looking at some of the mist on those faraway mountains. We're looking at the chapel over there, how gorgeous that structure is and how old. We're looking at this amazing room. And some of you think, well, sure, it's easy for you because you're in this opulent setting. Hey, I've been fishing up in Canada, in a tent, and I feel the same way. How exciting that experience is. There's really not one better than the other. They're all different experiences. Your feelings can be the same, no matter what the experience is. So your ultimate goal is always to feel good right now. This is your major indicator that you are on track. Remember this key point. Feel good now. Feel as good as you can and continue to feel better. You want to feel good. This is your first objective, to feel good. So, when you're defining your dream, when you're defining what you want, you have virtually two options. And we're going to do an exercise here in a moment. You have two options. The first option in defining your dream is be specific. The second option is not be specific at all, be general. Now, there's actually a third option. You can be very specific, you can be general, or you can virtually not define anything, but just define feeling good as the goal and objective. All three of these work, and they all will create good in your life, but I'll explain the differences. When you define your dream with specificity, and let's use something tangible that we can all see. Let's say you are wanting a specific thing. And again, what you want is irrelevant. You may want a better relationship. You may want a better career. Some of you say, I want clarity. I want a purpose. I have no purpose in my life. I want to find my purpose. That could be your goal, to find your purpose. Okay. Some of those things are a little more esoteric, but let's talk about something specific as a want, because it's an easier example. So let's say that you say, I want a new car. Fine. You can be general and just say, I want a new car. Or you can be specific and say, I want a Mercedes, a new Mercedes. You can be general and say, I just want a new Mercedes. I don't care what kind of Mercedes. I don't care what color. I just want a new Mercedes. Or you can be specific and say, I want a black S-Class Mercedes. You can be more specific. I want a black S-Class Mercedes 4MATIC with a black leather interior. I think they all come with leather anyway, but black interior. You can be as specific as you want. So the first thing is defining what you want. Now, Napoleon Hill said, define your dream and get a burning desire for its achievement. He also said, whatever the mind of man can conceive and bring itself to believe, it can achieve. So, if you say, I want a black Mercedes, Earl Nightingale says, you become what you think about most of the time. He also rephrased it later and he said, you get what you think about most of the time. So, if you want a black Mercedes, theoretically, based on what we've been talking about, quote, what you would have to do is think about the black Mercedes, 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 think about the black Mercedes. When you're thinking about the black Mercedes, what is your brain doing? Yeah, your brain is transmitting a frequency of the black Mercedes. Years ago, a book was written. It says, As a Man Thinketh. And in the book, it gave the factual statement, actually made by, it was either Edison or Einstein, I'm not sure. I think it was Einstein, who said, thoughts are things. A thought is a physical thing. It sends out physical particles. I've been calling them frequencies, vibration of energy. They are particles. They are physical particles that go out into the universe that have magnetic pull, according to Einstein. Okay? Not some guru. Not that the guru's wrong, but you know, most people have an easier time believing a scientist who has evidence than somebody who says, you just have to believe me on faith. Thoughts are things. So theoretically, based on what we've been talking about, if you think about black Mercedes, black Mercedes, black Mercedes, black Mercedes, black Mercedes, you're transmitting the frequency of black Mercedes. According to Napoleon Hill, define your dream, black Mercedes, and get a burning desire for its achievement, which can be defined as high intensity broadcasting, high power broadcasting of the frequency. And if you have a burning desire, you're going to have high intensity broadcasting of the frequency, high power broadcasting of the frequency from your brain about black Mercedes, black Mercedes, black Mercedes. And if you have a burning desire, you're going to be thinking about it all the time. Earl Nightingale, you get what you think about most of the time. Which means you're broadcasting this with a long duration. So, I want black Mercedes. I'm thinking about black Mercedes, black Mercedes, black Mercedes, black Mercedes, which means I'm putting out this vibration. But I just don't want the black Mercedes. That's not going to work, because if you just want a black Mercedes, you're going to put out a vibration that's very weak with low intensity. And if you just kind of want a black Mercedes, you won't even be thinking about it that often. So you're not going to have a long duration. So the key is, according to Napoleon Hill, is you have to have a burning desire. So first define your dream, then secondly get a burning desire for its achievement. And that burning desire will mean you don't want the black Mercedes, I need to have the black Mercedes. I'm desiring that black Mercedes. I can't wait to get that black Mercedes. Oh, I want that. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, that Mercedes. Oh, yes, that Mercedes. And when you start having that burning desire for that black Mercedes, the intensity of the transmission that's coming out of your brain that you're broadcasting is very high, and the power is very high. And because you have a burning desire to get the black Mercedes, you're going to be thinking about it all the time. So the broadcast is very frequent, the duration of that broadcast is longer. Therefore, the black Mercedes should come right into your experience somehow. Now somebody says, but wait a minute. What if I can't afford a black Mercedes? Bingo, thank you very much. You're on the wrong side of the training balance scale. When your attitude's right, the facts don't count. Another way of saying it is, you don't need to know the how. Because the law of attraction will make it happen. How does the law of attraction make it happen? It basically will create and put into your life events and circumstances that you can't even imagine to create what you want. It will move mountains to put into your existence what you're asking for. The law of attraction has to work because it's a law. It works, period. So it will affect virtually hundreds of thousands of different variables and start shifting things around that you're not even aware of or thinking about to create a situation where a black Mercedes will be in your life. You don't have to know how. Think about a radar screen. Most people live their life looking at their radar screen, and they're looking at what they can see in the radar screen. And this is why people fail, because they base all of their decisions and beliefs on what they can see in the radar screen. We have $50,000 in credit card debt. How can I pay that off? I'm looking at my income, I'm looking at my expenses, I'm looking at my prospects for getting a new job or getting a raise. There's nothing. There's no way that I can pay off my credit card debt. It's impossible. All you're doing is you're looking at what you see on the radar screen. Now, if you imagine that the radar screen is this small screen, maybe about 3 inches in diameter, I also want you to imagine what's off the radar screen, what's outside of the screen. The screen can only see a 3-inch diameter. But I want you to imagine that there are 100 feet of additional area outside the radar screen. The actual area is 100-foot diameter, but you're only seeing a 3-inch diameter. You see, the vast majority of what is available is off your radar screen. You can't see it. You can't even imagine it. But once you start activating the law of attraction, everything outside the radar screen starts shifting and moving. There can be virtually hundreds of thousands, if not millions or billions or trillions of variables that start moving and shifting because you have transmitted a vibration with power and intensity for a long duration. Everything starts shifting and everything starts happening and rushing towards you. What you want wants you. It has to, by law, start coming towards you. And what the universe will do, because of the law of attraction, is it will move mountains, it will create events and circumstances and put people in your life to make what you want happen. And it always is in methods and ways that you can't even imagine because it isn't on your radar screen. You can't even see it. So stop looking at the radar screen. This is the biggest problem people have. And this is why Napoleon Hill said, whatever the mind of man can conceive, or whatever you desire, you can have it as long as you believe you can have it. That's paraphrasing. His actual quote was, whatever the mind of man can conceive and bring itself to believe, it can achieve. So, I mentioned that there was one thing that will stop the technique from working. So let's go back to the technique and I'll give you the block. I'll tell you what's going to cause it to stop. The technique is you define your dream. You define what you want, black Mercedes. You get a burning desire for its achievement. You really want it, want it, want it. That allows you to transmit that frequency of black Mercedes with intensity and power. When you have a high desire, which means you want it, want it, want it, want it, want it, you will have a long duration of transmission. So where's the block? The block is if you don't believe that you will get it. That stops it from coming in. Two reasons why. Because when you don't believe you will get it, the duration of the transmission won't be very frequent. And when you don't believe you will get that black Mercedes, the intensity and power of the transmission won't be very strong. And when you don't believe you'll get it, you are in actuality putting out a counteractive transmission, which is saying, black Mercedes, stay away. So you have intention, counter-intention being broadcast simultaneously, and they neutralize each other, and the black Mercedes is coming, but being pushed away at the same time, and it isn't coming into your existence. Does this make sense? And somebody says, that's fine, that's good. Now, the question though is, how do I get the high desire and how do I get the high belief? And I'm going to give you the answer. The answer is, as I started this session on, is your first goal is to feel good. You must use your feelings as your guide. You must use your feelings as your gauge. You must use your feelings as your scope. You must use your feelings to see if you are lining up. You must use your feelings to find out if you are in the sweet spot. So, define your dream. How do you get what you want? You must define your dream, have a burning desire for its achievement, and 100% belief you'll get it. And here's the kicker. Some of you right now want a black Mercedes, but you can't bring yourself to believe you'll get a black Mercedes. You'll never get a black Mercedes. Stop thinking about a black Mercedes. See, nobody else in any books tell you this secret here. And this is the secret. You need to define what you want, but it has to be something you can believe in. So, if you were to write a list of all the things you want, you may want a lot of things today, but you may only believe right now that you can only get a few of them. So for example, let's say I were to ask you to write a list of all the things you want. If money wasn't an object and you knew you couldn't fail. As a matter of fact, we're going to do this exercise. And if you're listening to the CD, listen to the instructions, and then I'm going to ask you to shut the CD off and do this. And for those here in the room, we'll do this exercise. So grab a piece of paper. You're going to write down, I'm just going to give you a few minutes. We'll just do this in 10 minutes. I want you to write down, just off the top of your head, just as an example, write down anything and everything you want. If money wasn't an object, you hit the lottery 10 times. If money wasn't an object, or if you knew you couldn't fail, what would you want? Some of you put a new refrigerator, eat at a certain restaurant, go to Hawaii, get a private jet, get a black Mercedes, get a new wardrobe, quit my job, start my own business, open up a restaurant, whatever. Lose 20 pounds. Make a list of everything and anything you want, material or non-material. Learn a foreign language, learn to play the piano, be a great singer, whatever. Learn how to paint. Make a list of everything that you want. If money wasn't an object, you hit the lottery 5 times, or if you knew you couldn't fail. Just doesn't have to be everything. You're just doing a little exercise here. So just write down whatever comes to mind. We'll do this for about 10 minutes. If you're listening to the CD, shut the CD off now, and then we'll come back when you're finished. Okay, we're back. Okay, now you have your list. So I want you to scan that list, and for those listening here in the CDs, do the same thing. I want you to scan this list, and each one of them, just quickly next to it, on a scale of 1 to 10, write down what your belief is that you can get this, let's say within the next 6 months. Within the next 6 months. 10 being absolutely, 1 being no chance. Your level of belief. Okay? So if you're listening to the CD, shut the CD off and then come back when you're finished. Okay, great. So we have that list. Now, by a show of hands here in the room, how many people have some on the list that are a 1? Everybody, okay? How many have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that are 1? Okay, everybody, okay. Does anybody here have something that's a 10? Yeah, everybody. Okay, so you all have something that's a 10. Here's the point. When you are starting this process, you can't focus on the things on your list that are a 1 because you have no belief you'll achieve them. And this is why people who read the book The Secret, people who read Think and Grow Rich, people who go to various law of attraction seminars miss the whole point. You go to goal setting seminars, success seminars, and they talk about dream big, get your dream bigger. You need the magic of thinking big. And that's a great book, by the way, The Magic of Thinking Big. But people are teaching you to get this outrageous big dream and focus on it. And they give you all these techniques to focus on this big dream. And you go through 10 years of your life and it never comes in. And you're frustrated because you don't believe you're going to get it, and it's never going to come in because you're vibrating, you're transmitting an intention of getting it and a counter intention of you don't believe it. Therefore, it's never going to come in. So the method that we were taught in the societies was very simple. This is not a race. Everybody's different. Everybody's different. Some people are going to believe that they can become a billionaire the day after college, or halfway into college, or when they're 12. And another person may never believe it for a lot of reasons. I'm not going to get into all the reasons. I'm just giving you the facts here. So what you need to do is you need to start with dreams or goals or desires or objectives that you can believe in. Now, let me tell you what the sweet spot is. If you look at that list, which ones should you focus on? Well, you should focus on the 10s. However, there is a sweet spot. And let me explain what the sweet spot is. The desire that you want, the goal that you want, the objective that you want, the dream that you want, the thing that you want that will come to you the fastest is a dream or a goal or an objective or a desire that's in the sweet spot. And what is the sweet spot? The sweet spot is something you want, which you really, really want, which has high excitement, desire, gets the juices flowing, gets you excited when you think about getting it, gets you really motivated, lights your fire, and at the same time, you absolutely believe you can get it. Now, the sweet spot has to be in both. So let's walk on both sides here and let me show you the differences. Let's say you had in your list, I want to go to this fancy French restaurant. You've always wanted to go there. And you know it's going to cost a couple $100. And it could have the thought of going to this restaurant just for you turns you on. Like, I really feel like, oh, how good I would feel. Aha. Remember when I said the most important thing is feel good now? Aha. That's why I said that. Because the sweet spot is a goal that you know you would feel so good when you get it. And you believe that you can get it. Right now, maybe you only have the ability to look, you keep focusing on this radar screen. And you can see that, I get a Christmas bonus coming up. Maybe I'll get some, some money for my birthday. So you can see already a way. You're still too focused on the how, but you're thinking about the how. So you're thinking you're already figuring out ways to do it, which makes your belief go up. You see, when you get to unconscious competence, the how becomes irrelevant. And the more you do this, all of a sudden what occurs is any dream, your belief goes sky high because you have no clue of how it's going to happen. You just know from experience that whatever you want happens. But you can't do that now because success builds confidence. So in the beginning, you have to get some successes. Some of you on your list may say, I want to meet a mate. That's my goal. And you may say, look, I know I'll meet a mate. I don't know how. I know it'll happen. I don't know when, but I know it'll happen. So that could be as a goal on your list. And the thought of meeting a mate and being in a passionate, loving relationship, a fulfilling relationship is really exciting to you. And maybe you have a high level of belief and a high desire for it, and that's in your sweet spot. But let me tell you what's not in the sweet spot. The sweet spot is, I want to start my own business. And when you think about starting your own business, you think about the dream, you think about how much you would enjoy it, you get so fired up about starting your own business. Maybe it's a restaurant or a florist shop or something. And you just get so excited about it. Then when I say, what's your belief that you can achieve this? All of a sudden, all this doubt pops into your head. And you have massive doubt and your belief crashes. That goal right now is not in your sweet spot. The sweet spot has to be a goal that you are really excited about, really fired up about, that you know will make you feel fantastic and you feel good just thinking about it. See, all of these goals and objectives make you feel good when you think about them. So finding a goal in the sweet spot to focus on, or finding something you want, first look at the objective, think about it, it makes you feel good. You're looking for something that makes you feel really good, really excited, really motivated. You need massive desire. Remember Napoleon Hill? Define your dream and get a burning desire for its achievement. So the first question is, which of these dreams do you have a burning desire for? Not just, I'd like to go to that restaurant. So which of the dreams on your list do you have a burning desire for when you think about it? Then, which of the ones that you have a burning desire for do you have a high belief, 8, 9, or 10? those are the ones in the sweet spot right now. Some of you thinking, boy, I don't have very many. That's okay, because there is a success cycle. It's a motivation cycle. When you do something for the first time and you see it work and you see the success, your belief goes up that this works. And once you start seeing magic happen, once you start seeing something occur that you didn't know how it would occur because you couldn't see how by looking at your radar screen, all of a sudden you start believing this is possible, this is possible, this stuff works, this stuff works. And all of a sudden, the dreams that you have burning desires for, all of a sudden now start getting matched up with a belief that you can actually achieve them. So the belief level starts going up, which is what Napoleon Hill said. Define your dream and get a burning desire for its achievement. But the key is believe. Now this is a scriptural principle as well. For those of you who are Christians, and we know we have Muslims here, and you're Hindu, right? Buddhist, and we have an atheist. We have a lot of different groups here. And this is not a religious meeting. But for those of you who are from the Christian background, scripturally, it specifically says this. It says, ask and you shall receive. And it says, you get not because you ask not. Asking is you putting out into the universe what you want. Putting out into the universe what you want is using your brain to think about what you want, which puts out into the universe a transmission of a frequency. You do that with high power and high intensity with a long duration. With belief, it'll come back. Without any counter intention, it'll come in. And it says that. It says, ask and believe that what you are asking for, you shall receive, and you shall have whatsoever you ask. That's scriptural. So that's a scriptural basis. And you're shaking your head, yeah? In your religious texts, it's the same thing. Virtually all religious texts give these same principles because they are universal and they're physical laws. So the key here to getting whatever you want is this. First, define what you want. There's 3 ways to define what you want. Very specific, general, or just, I just want to feel good. Okay? Those are the 3 ways. Think about it. When you think about it, you have to have a burning desire. If you don't have a burning desire, and someone says, well, there's really nothing I want that gives me a burning desire. Do you want to feel good? Okay? You need to get a burning desire for something. Now, if you don't have a burning desire, we'll address that in a couple sessions. Actually, we'll address that tomorrow when it comes to money, if you don't have burning desires. But the first step is you must define what you want. And the best way to do that is take a piece of paper, not a PC, but take a piece of paper and a pen and just write down anything and everything you want. And what you should do is you should have a book, not a PC. Don't do it in the computer. Get yourself a notebook or some type of spiral bound book where you can rip out pages and add pages. It could be a small one, could be a big one. I like 8.5 by 11 here in Europe. We use an A4, which is a little bigger piece of paper. And just call it your dream book. And anytime you think of something you want to do, no matter how crazy, how outrageous, whatever, just write that down. And then every once in a while, scan these goals, these dreams, these desires, and decide which one is really giving you a burning desire. And then decide what is your belief level. Now I'm going to show you how to start slowly getting this belief level up, because there's a few ways to do that. But the first thing is define your dream. Either something specific, something general, or just feeling good. The dream that you define, you have to have a burning desire for, which means something that really gets your juices flowing, that you really, 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 really want. Then match it up to make sure it's in the sweet spot, which means you have to have a high level of belief that you'll get it, 8, 9, or 10. If you don't, we're going to talk about how to correct that. But if you don't focus on it right now, because you're just going to get frustrated because it's not going to come in. Then all you do is you focus on what you want, believing you will receive it. So the key is this, and we're going to do this exercise. So everybody listening to the CD and everybody here in the room, go through that list and just pick one. We're going to do the exercise and I'm going to show you what the physical manifestation is. So pick something you have a high desire for, you have a high burning desire for. Pick one of the items, just one, that you have a high burning desire for, that you also have a high belief in, 8, 9, or 10, that you can get, that you believe you can actually get it. Okay, pick one. Okay, now what I want you to do, you can do this with your eyes open or your eyes closed, is I want you to picture this in your mind, picture what you want, and picture it in color. And I want you to not only look at it in color, but also look at it and listen to the sounds. Think about the emotions you'll have if you got this. And I want you to add yourself into the picture. See yourself in the picture. So picture that thing that you want. See it in color. Hear the sounds. If there are any smells around it, maybe some of you have a desire to go to an island. If there's smells, get the smells. What emotions are you feeling? Put yourself in the picture. See yourself really happy. What emotions do you have? Okay, now everybody here in the room is smiling, by the way. Now, I want you to imagine that you already have this. If it's a car, I want you to physically imagine that you're driving the car and how you are feeling driving the car. Feel the emotions. Imagine how great it's going to feel and how good it does feel. Picture this. Okay, open up your eyes. Now, how many people here in the room feel better than you just a minute ago? Everybody. If you're at home, don't you feel great? If you feel bad, that means your level of belief is not high. That means this goal is not in the sweet spot. So the method here of getting what you want is defining what you want, making sure you have a high burning desire for its achievement, and making sure that you have a high level of belief that you can achieve it. You'll know that because when you think about it, you will feel good. If you think about that goal or that dream or that desire, just like we did, and you feel better, your actual feelings get better, you're in the sweet spot. If your feelings get lower, you get depressed, frustrated, angry, annoyed, that means you're not in the sweet spot because that means you don't have a high level of belief that you can get it right now. Doesn't mean you'll never get it. We just have to change that level of belief, which we're going to do. And I'm going to teach you exactly how to do that when we come back. Any questions, comments, or observations about this particular procedure? The bottom line is this. You must define your dream. It's got to be either specific, it can be very general, or it can be just, I want to feel good. That's my objective. You must have a burning desire for it, that dream, Otherwise, you won't be able to put out a transmission that is powerful enough or intense enough and for a long duration. And you must believe that it'll come in. And we're going to talk about how to get that belief up, because that's the biggest thing. We're also going to talk specifically about how to get the desire up for the dreams. We're going to talk about both of those things when we come back, and we're going to start doing some specific exercises on this. And we'll start applying this in real life when we come back. Okay, and we're back. Somebody came up to me at the break, by the way, and pointed out something very interesting, made an interesting comment, that they thought that they were going to get the most benefit from talking to my colleagues. And he pointed out that even though he found meeting, shaking the hands, and talking to these incredibly powerful, wealthy, successful, happy people, and listening to them and talking to them, he said he actually found he was getting more benefit and an increase in belief that this works from talking to other members or many of you, the other people that are here in the seminar learning this for the first time. And there's a reason for that, because when you start actually listening to other people and getting their first impressions as well, you can see that you're not the only person thinking these things. You're being amazed by this material, sometimes skeptical of this material, but excited to see if this material really works. So it's really interesting to see what's going to happen tonight and tomorrow and over the next couple of weeks for you, because when you start applying this in real life, and you're going to see how it's going to change, how things in your life are going to change, because you're going to be making some changes. Remember, if you want things in your life to change, whether it's your finances, your relationships, your health, your weight, the way you feel, if you want things in your life to change, you're going to have to change things in your life. You can't continue to think the way you've always thought. You can't continue to believe like you've always believed. You can't continue to do all the same things. You're waking up at the same time, eating the same foods, doing the same routines, saying the same words, thinking the same thoughts, hanging out with the same people, etc., etc., etc. So you're going to see some tremendous changes. And by the way, somebody grabbed me at the break and said, "Did you call him King?" Yes. Well, the official title is Royal Highness. But we know each other, and it's kind of that's how I refer to him. But yes, you should be calling him Royal Highness. But in this setting, we're a little more informal. And again, I'm very particularly pleased that, again, these individuals took time out of their schedules, because I know the importance of this, not just for you and the people listening to the CDs, but we all agree, we think that getting this knowledge out to more people who can start using it to better their own lives will better the world in general. And we're really excited to be part of this. We think it's an incredible mission, and sharing this information and getting you to grasp onto it and apply it, we think is going to be very, very helpful to not only you as individuals, but also all of your respective countries, where you come from, and the world as a whole. All right, so let's carry on, shall we? So, at this point, you should understand how it works. It being the procedure, the technique on how to make whatever you want happen in your life. How to get whatever you want. Now, the interesting thing is, in the training balance scale, if you notice, we haven't talked about the how. We haven't talked about techniques or procedures, because those are completely irrelevant. When you understand law of attraction and you understand that your thinking is what creates it in your life, the how becomes completely irrelevant. Because the fact of the matter is, if you're desiring a Cadillac, and if I were to ask you, how are you going to get it? There may be no rational, logical, visible explanation on how you could possibly get this new Cadillac. Or if your desire is to pay off all your credit cards and to get out of debt, and if I were to ask you, how do you expect to do that? You may look on your radar screen of everything you know in your life, and you can say, there isn't a how. Based on what's on my radar screen, there is categorically no way on God's green earth for me to get out of debt. If you say, I want to lose 40 pounds, you may say, listen, I've tried every diet in the world. And on my radar screen, if you would ask me how I'm going to do this, I have no willpower. My metabolism's low. My thyroid doesn't work properly. Everybody in my family's overweight. I've tried to lose weight before. I hate exercise. I love to eat. There's no way I can there's no way I can tell you, no rational, logical explanation of how I'm going to get out of debt. If you're looking to get a better job, you can say, based on my skills, I have no college education, based on all the facts, there's no way. The economy in my community is terrible. Based on all the nobody's hiring. Based on all the facts, I've already been fired from 3 jobs, have a terrible resume. Based on all the facts, you could say there's no rational way that I could explain to you why I will get a better job, a better high-paying job, a more fulfilling job. I cannot tell you how that could possibly happen. And that's the point. Because you're looking on your radar screen, and when you look on your radar screen, there's no rational reason. But when you understand how this works, that when you fire off from your brain and transmit a frequency of what you want, law of attraction will make the thousands of variables from the economy, from your job, your boss, your company's situation, everything is in play and everything is moving. And all the things, 99.9% of all the stuff is off your radar screen anyway. You can't see it, you can't even imagine it. And there are trillions of bits of data and information and variables and situations and coincidences and circumstances and people that are off your radar screen that are being affected by your thought. So when you put that thought out there, when you put out that vibrational frequency of what you want with power and intensity, with consistent duration of transmission, it will create everything to start moving in a manner which you could not comprehend. Even the highest mathematical genius in the world couldn't figure it out. The pattern, the synergy, the coordinating of movements, you couldn't figure it out, but the universe does, because the law of attraction says that which you put out, the vibration you put out, will attract that vibration back. It's the law of attraction, and everything will start shifting and moving, and provided you have no doubt, which is belief, provided you have no doubt, which means you have high belief that it's going to happen, and you are sitting in a place of expectation as if it's already happened, then it comes flying into you at record-breaking speed. And will come in at the right point, the best point for you. So when you understand how it works, that everything is a vibration, our brain transmits and receives, and whatever you put out, scientists have proven that it affects physical matter, which proves that it works. When you understand how it works and why it works, and that it works every day in your life, that's when you start increasing your level of belief. This is why understanding how it works and why it works is so important. And that's why going back to the 5 basics, the 4 basics, which is who do you listen to, teachability index, training balance scale, and understanding that you are going to have to initially use conscious competence, which means apply this consciously with some effort initially, until it gets to unconscious competence, which means it's happening automatically, and then it's happening absolutely effortlessly. You also now know the basic, and I call it the basic procedure, which you can do anytime, any place, anywhere to get anything you want. The basic procedure which can allow you to be, do, or have anything and everything you want. And that basic procedure, to recap, is number one, define specifically what you want. Define your dream. Define your goal. Define your desire. Define what you want. You can do it three ways. You can define it specifically, in great detail, generally, or just feeling good. Now, somebody asked me, which is better? And the answer is specific, quantifiable things that you want is good. I want a particular watch. I want a particular car. Some things are fine to be specific, but you should focus all your attention on specific, in great detail, goals. And I know you're all saying, but that's not what all the goal books say. They say you need to be very, very specific. Yeah, I know, they're all wrong. You can be very specific on some things, but generally it's much better that if you're not specific. And I'm going to explain why in a minute. The second best is to be general. I want a new car. I want a nice luxury car. That's better than being so specific. And I'm going to tell you why in a minute. And the best way is to not have any specific thing that you want, but that you let the universe give you what is going to give you the best feeling. And the reason is this, and I'll give you an example. Joe meets Mary, and Mary is a beautiful girl who's fantastic. Mary is single, Joe is single, and Joe decides that Mary is the perfect girl for him. But Mary is kind of lukewarm. She's not that interested in Joe. But Joe says, I'm going to use this technique to get what I want. So he defines what he wants. I want Mary to fall in love with me. I want Mary to be my wife. I want Mary. I want Mary. I want Mary. So he uses the technique, and he defines what he wants. He puts out that vibration with power and intensity. He has a burning desire to have Mary fall in love with him and be his wife. And he uses this technique over and over again, day after day. He's putting duration, he's putting that vibrational frequency out, and he has no doubt in his mind. But what Joe doesn't know is next month, Susie is going to get a job at his office. And Susie is 10 times better for Joe than Mary. Susie is a much better vibrational match. And Susie will make Joe 10 times happier. He doesn't know that because Susie is off his radar screen. So what is a better way for Joe to act and for you to act is this. You don't know what you don't know. Some people think, I looked at a house and I knew that was the house for me and that's the house I wanted. And I'm telling you this, you ain't that smart. Maybe you really like the house, and of all the houses you've seen, maybe it was the best house of the bunch. But maybe there's a better house that you haven't seen yet that's off your radar screen. You went to a restaurant, you love the meal, and you think it's the best restaurant in town. Well, you haven't eaten at every restaurant in town, so you don't know if it's the best restaurant in town, do you? The universe has things outside your radar screen. 99.9% of all this stuff is off your radar screen. And since your main objective is not to get that house, and since your main objective is not to get Mary to fall in love with you, And since your main objective is not to get that particular car, and since your main objective is not to get that specific promotion at your office, and since your specific objective is not to pay off your debt this month, or sell your house this month, or whatever your want is, whatever your desire is, whatever the thing is that is your goal or dream, that's not what you really want. What you want is to feel amazingly good. So let me tell you the better way to use this procedure of defining your dream. The best way is to be general or put in just the feeling of goodness. Example, you're a single man or woman and your goal is to have a relationship because you're going to feel good. And you say, I want a relationship. Fine. So make the objective, if you meet Mary and you think Mary is great, it's better to put out this vibration. Mary seems to be terrific. But I want a wife that makes me so incredibly happy, and I make her so incredibly happy that we're madly in love with each other. We laugh together. We have great sex. We enjoy many of the same things. We enjoy each other's company. And we live a lifelong, happy, fulfilling, satisfying, adventurous, loving, committed, secure, safe relationship. That's what I want. And it may be with Mary or it may not be with Mary. That's what I want. See, you can clearly define what you want. If you're looking at a house and you see the house of your dreams, you think. You say, this is a wonderful house, but there may be a house that's even better. What I want is I want a home that makes me feel just so safe and secure, that gives me the freedom to enjoy my hobbies, that's big enough so that we can have children and share with a backyard and a place where we can just play and enjoy. And I know that that house will come at the right moment, at the right time into my life. I want to pay off my debt. Here's another example. I want to pay off my debt. Maybe paying off my debt this month is great. Maybe paying off 6 months from now is better, or 12 months. I don't know when. But whenever the right time is, my debt's going to be all paid off. I don't know how it's going to happen because the how is off my radar screen. I really don't understand or comprehend how it could happen. But I know it will. I know it will present itself, the how, at the right time, but I don't have to worry about the how. This is how you define your dream. In this manner. Question. Timing, yes. You'll notice in my examples, I don't put a time limit on things. And some of you are thinking, but all the goals books that I read, all the guru seminars I went to, they told me that I had to clearly define my dream with specifics and set a time limit on its achievement. And I'm telling you, they're wrong. They're categorically 100% wrong when they say that, because that's not how it works. You're not that smart. You can't put a time limit on things. I'll give you a good example of this. When I was younger, we had, me and some of my friends had philosophies because we were go-getters, And we said, we put the round peg in the square hole. We make it work. Well, as I began to learn this technology, I found that that's the wrong way to do it. If you have a round peg and you're looking at a square hole, yeah, you can figure out a way to put the round peg in the square hole. But if you use this technique, you have round peg and square hole, then put out the technique. I need either a square peg or a round hole. Please deliver that. And then at the right time, at the right moment, when you need it, when it's perfect timing, the universe will deliver. And that's the point. The universe delivers it at the perfect timing. It's because you're ready. When are you ready? When you have no more doubt. Because if you still have doubt, if it comes in, you weren't ready to receive it. It's going to fall apart. It's not going to work anyway. I remember I was trying to sell a house. And I was convinced that this was the time to sell the house, and I was going to use this technique to sell the house right now. And I used the technique, and I used the technique, and I used the technique, and I'm thinking, it just doesn't feel right as I'm using this technique. I just don't have that, I don't feel like I'm in the sweet spot. I don't feel lined up, but I'm trying to use the technique, but I just don't feel lined up. My desire is kind of weak. My belief is a little bit weak. I'm not lined up, but I'm trying to get lined up, and I'm not. And the universe was telling me, now is not the time. So I stopped. I said, I just not get the gut feeling. Everyone around me, all my advisors, saying, now is the time. It must be sold now. We have a limited time limit here. We have a window of opportunity. And everybody was telling me why it was the best time. I'm going, look, I can't line this up. My desire and my belief just is not lined up. When I say lined up, in the sweet spot means what you want, you have a high, intense desire that you want it, and you're so excited about it because your belief level is so high that you're going to get it, you actually believe you've already got it. You can taste it and smell it. It's right there, and you're happy and excited when you're doing the technique. Okay? But I wasn't feeling right. So I put it off. 6 months later, my house was not on the market. My realtor called me up and he said, there's a major Hollywood producer who's looking for property in town, and I had told him about your ranch and the house, but it wasn't on the market, and we just took a drive by it, and he fell madly in love with it. He said he's got to have it. He said the guy is super wealthy. Price is not an object. Now, I had it on the market at the time for millions of dollars, which I thought was a good price. And I said, well, tell the guy to give me an offer, but it's not on the market. It's going to have to be an insanely high offer for me to accept. Came back that afternoon with an offer $2.5 million more than I had the house on the market. Guess what lined up with me? Selling that house was perfectly lined up. I said, write up the paperwork, we're done. And all my idiotic advisors were all wrong, and my gut intuition, my emotions, which is your monitor, which is your guidance system, which is your regulator, which is your green light, red light, yellow light. Your emotions will tell you what to do. They'll tell you when you're lined up. So the technique, the basic procedure is, number one, define what you want. You can be specific. I want that gold Breitling watch with the black alligator band. Nothing wrong with being specific. But you can also be general. I just want a gorgeous watch that I'm really going to enjoy wearing. And it'll present itself at the right time. That's the best way to fire out these desires. Or you can be completely general and saying, there's nothing specific that I want in my life. I just want to feel exhilarated. Or I just want to feel content. Or I just want to feel secure. Or I just want to feel bliss. Or I just want to feel nirvana. Or I just want to feel love. Or I just want to feel laughter and happiness. I want to feel joy. I want to feel like singing. I want to feel like skipping down the sidewalk. You can throw out a feeling, and guess what? The universe will then present itself to you, situations and opportunities and people that'll give you that feeling. And when you think about it, This is probably one of the most exciting things because you have absolutely no disappointment and no stress because you're not looking at a particular thing wondering if it's going to come in or not. And you start having doubt creeps in as time goes on. And this way you present life when you wake up and you say, I wonder what exciting opportunities are going to present themselves today. Wow. It's like opening up a Christmas present. Today is like opening up a Christmas present. I know something wonderful is going to be presented in my life. And then I drive down the road and I get a flat tire. And you're thinking, how is that wonderful? Well, I look at it and going, oh, I got a flat tire. When was the last time I got a flat tire? My God, 25 years ago. This is an exciting experience. Maybe I'll meet somebody. Maybe I'll meet somebody new that'll put us in a big business deal. Or maybe I'll meet some wonderful person and share some great experiences and develop a new friendship. Or maybe where I was going, something screwball was going to happen. And maybe I'm being prevented from going further on this road, and maybe it's going to save my life that I got this flat tire. You see, when you start thinking in these ways, life becomes magical. So define your dream. Define exactly what you want. Either be specific, general, or just a feeling. Number 2, whatever you're defining, whatever what you want, you must have a burning desire for it, which means a real strong want. Very, very strong want. You have to have high intensity and high amounts of power, because if you have a strong desire for something, the frequency that you're going to be transmitting from your brain is going to have high intensity and high power. And that will create strong magnetic attraction, and then it will come to you much faster. Third, you need to transmit that frequency over a specific duration of time. You can't just do it once for 5 seconds. Now, the question is, how long? Well, should I sit down for an hour a day and just focus on this like a mantra? I want a new car, or I want to pay off my bills, or I want a great relationship, I want a great relationship. The answer is, you could do that. But none of the people I know, we don't do that. But you could. Duration is, remember what Earl Nightingale says, you become or you get what you think about most of the time. So you want to be thinking about this with intensity and power, with 100% belief, and when you think about it, you have to be, when you're beaming out this energy, when you're beaming out this frequency, you have to be feeling good. That's the indicator that you're in the sweet spot. So the duration is, how long do you do it? As often as possible for as long as possible. If you're driving in a car, you want to be thinking about it and beaming out that energy. And it should make you smile. And it should make you sing. When you're cooking, be thinking about it. Anytime you're in the bathroom, thinking about it. Right before you go to bed, think about it. Right when you wake up, take a minute or two and think about it. When you're brushing your teeth, when you're taking a shower, think about it. More throughout the day, longer is better, and don't worry about the time when it's going to come. Don't say, I want this new car by Friday. No, you don't know if Friday's the best day for that car, and there are a trillion reasons why it may not be for you. Don't put time limits on it. Don't put pressure and stress on yourself. And the fourth step is you must believe and have no doubt. The opposite of belief is doubt. If you doubt, which means you're focusing on the how, I want that new car, but I don't know how I'm going to get it. I don't have any money. Probably get laid off from my job. That's doubt, that's lack of belief, no good. You have to have belief. How do you know if you're really in line? In line means, how do you know if your desire is really what's best for you? And how do you know if you have 100% belief? And how do you know if you have strong burning desire? The answer is when you do this procedure, which is when you think about what you want, which means when your brain is transmitting the frequency with power and intensity, how do you feel? If you have a perfect desire lined up with what's best for you, if you have a burning desire for that desire or that want, and if you have 100% belief or close to it, when you think about what you want, you will feel better. You will start getting excited. It's coming, Christmas is tomorrow. Presents are gonna be under the tree with my name on it. And I'm gonna open up presents, yeah, tomorrow. The time's getting closer. You understand? If you feel like that, like, look, it's the 24th of December, tomorrow's Christmas, I'm getting presents. You know, do you have any doubt? No, it's the 24th, tomorrow it's Christmas, you're getting presents. You know that. If it's the day before your birthday, you think, tomorrow's my birthday, I'm getting presents. If tomorrow's paycheck day, I get my paycheck tomorrow. You have no doubt about it. Do you understand? So when you're doing this procedure, new car, better relationship, losing weight, new house, move, whatever. If you're in the sweet spot, you will feel like that. You will start feeling exhilarated. You'll start getting excited with anticipation because you know it's coming. The trick is, don't put the timeline on it. The car is coming. I don't know when. I don't know how. And that's the funny thing. I don't know when, I don't know how, but I just know it is. And I can see myself in it. So the feeling is so exhilarating and so joyful and so happy and so fantastic when you think about it, when you do this procedure. It's as if you've already got it. That's the key. It's as if you've already got it. So the monitor is, do you feel excited? Do you feel good? Now, if you start feeling bad, that means one of two things. Either A, your want is really not in line with what's in your best interest. But most of the time it's because you're starting to doubt. You're starting to doubt. Your belief is going down because you're focusing on the how. Because you're now saying, I don't understand how this is going to happen. You're focusing on your radar screen. You're focusing on the facts. You're focusing on only those things which you can see. And based on what you can see, it won't happen. And it's true. Based on what you can see, based on what's on your radar screen, it won't happen. But we're not interested in what's on the radar screen, since 99% of the stuff that's going to make it happen is off the radar screen. It's completely irrelevant what's on the radar screen. Let me say that again. 99.9% of the things that will take place and happen to cause what you want to come into your life are off the radar screen. You can't see them and you can't even imagine them. You can't even dream of what they are. So what's on the radar screen is completely irrelevant. See, when we're talking with my colleagues here and we're doing something, which means we're creating something. Creating something means we have a want and we're creating it in our life. Whatever it is. When we deal with underlings, which means people who are not part of the society and don't know this, here's how the conversations go. 4 of us are sitting around in Barbados. We're talking about doing a business deal where we need $450 million. And we have some of the accountants there and the lawyers there. It's a big meeting. And the accountants are looking at each other and they say, where are we coming up with the $450 million? And the senior guys who are members of the societies who know the technique, we all smile at one another because we really can't talk to them like we talk amongst ourselves. But we say to them, oh, don't worry about the money. And the accountants go, but how are we going to raise the money? Where is it coming from? Don't worry about it. Well, what do you mean don't worry about it? Where is it coming from? Because we can't see, based on our global financial picture, where we can come up with that cash. Don't worry about it. But where is it coming from? Okay, you want to know the real answer? The answer is we have no freaking clue of where the money's coming from. We have no earthly idea. We can't tell you where the money. As a matter of fact, it looks like there's no possible way that this money's coming in. But don't worry about it, because it will come in when we need it. We're doing the deal, that's it, period. And the accountants look at us like we're insane. We are looking at them like they're insane. In fact, they're just uneducated. Because we know that the money will come in when we need it, because we're all lined up. We are anticipating and excited about this deal. We know it's going to work. It doesn't matter. The money will come in at the last minute. Who cares? It'll come in. It'll all work out. It always does. We don't have to worry about the money. I didn't want to talk about where it's coming in. But can't we discuss the possibilities? And I go, no, we can't discuss it. Because if we're discussing the possibilities of where the money could possibly come from, we're going to be dealing with doubt, because where it's coming from, we can't even imagine right now. So it's a futile discussion to try to look at our radar screen and come up with options. And the money is coming from off our radar screen in ways and in methods and in circumstances that we couldn't even comprehend or imagine today. So there's no reason to have a stupid discussion about it. All we have to tell you is this. Here's our radar screen, okay? But by using my feelings, which means we're lined up, I can feel the money that's off our radar screen. I can feel it. How do I know it's there? How can I feel it? Because I'm so excited. We're all so excited about the deal. We know it's going to happen. It's a knowingness. That means the money's there. That means it's coming in. We don't have to worry about how. Do you understand that? That's how it works. So that's the basic procedure. Now let me give you one senior key point here. Success in life is nothing more than a decision away. It's a decision you make. And the decision is, in that conversation, by the way, virtually happened that I just described to you. Some of my colleagues here are laughing because they were there. Success is a decision away. When you make the decision to do it and you're in the sweet spot and you have your want, this is what I want, and you have high belief and you focus on it and you feel out of control excitement, that means it's going to happen. And all you do is you just make the decision. I don't care how. I don't know how. It doesn't seem like it could possibly happen based on the information that's on my radar screen. But it doesn't matter, because I'm going to do it. That's it, period. I made the decision. It's going to happen. And I feel perfect. My feelings tell me it's going to happen. Because it's going to happen, because my feelings tell me my belief is high and my desire is lined up with what's in my best good, and it's going to happen. At the right time, in the right way, it'll all work out perfect. And it'll work out in a way that I can't even think of right now. And if there's a twist or turn along the way that I don't anticipate, it doesn't mean that I'm not getting what I want. It means I am getting exactly what I need and what's best for me, because the universe is working everything together in my best need. I know that because I feel so good. So it comes down to this. If everything is energy, everything vibrates, and everything in your life is in your life because of law of attraction, which means you, with your own thoughts, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, have put out and transmitted frequencies, consciously or unconsciously, up until now, unconsciously probably. You've put out frequencies of what you want, and you've also put out frequencies of what you don't want. All the frequencies that you've transmitted from your brain, if you've transmitted them with power and intensity over a long enough duration, those frequencies have manifested in your own life, which means you, and only you have created everything in your life. If you have disaster in your life, you created it. If you have good things in your life, you created it. If you have a divorce, you created it. If you have a car wreck tomorrow, you created it. Training balance scale. Your thoughts are 99.9% of it. Teachability index, what's your willingness to accept change? But what do you mean I created the car crash? I stopped at the red light. The guy behind me crashed into me. How did I create that? And here's the answer. You didn't think of a car crash. You didn't throw out car crash, car crash, car crash, car crash, car crash, car crash, car crash. You did not do that, probably. You may have, but it's unlikely. How did that occur? Real simple. When the guy crashed into you, you were parked, minding your own business, at the red light. You stopped at the red light. The guy crashed into you. Here's the question. How did you feel? I felt so frustrated. I felt like my whole day's ruined. I felt like I'm not going to be able to get everything I need done. I have to handle this car crash. I thought, I can't believe this is happening to me. That was my feeling. Okay, good. So here's this is how you created that car crash. You were thinking about experiences or circumstances that gave you those similar feelings. Earlier, hours, days, weeks, or months, you were transmitting at some point throughout the day or night those feelings. So anytime anybody has a circumstance where they say, I got into this car crash, how did I create this? And I go, what feelings? Or I tripped down a flight of stairs, or I got fired from my job, something that appears to be negative. I go, what feelings did you get when that situation happened? And they give me a series of feelings. I go, what was the most prominent one? I go, good. Now, over the last few days or weeks, what have you been thinking about that gave you a similar feeling? And virtually instantaneously they go, oh my gosh, yeah, I was thinking about my brother-in-law's problem or such and such situation that gave me a very similar feeling. And so the answer is all the thoughts that you put out are vibrations. And if you're thinking of a situation, a negative situation that happened 20 years ago that, oh, this guy screwed me in this business deal. Guess what? You're going to continue to have circumstances and events that come into your life that give you similar feelings. This is why relationships, people have bad relationships, they keep attracting the same type of person in their life. They can't attract anybody new because they keep focusing on the feelings that they got with the person that they were with. And that's what they're throwing out into the universe. Instead of defining what they want, they're focusing on what they didn't want to happen. And by focusing on when you didn't want to happen, that means you're still thinking about it. Remember, you get what you think about most of the time. If you're thinking about what you don't like, if you're thinking about what you don't want, if you're thinking about what you don't want to happen, that's what you are transmitting out of your brain, and you will get experiences and situations that give you the same feelings. Do you understand that? It's the feelings that you transmit. That's why some people put out a specific thing they want, but it's really the feeling that you want, and then what comes to you maybe isn't exactly the thing that you were transmitting, but you got a circumstance or thing or event or person put in your life that gave you the feeling that you were transmitting, which is what our ultimate objective is anyway, is feeling. The problem is, if you are focusing on bad feelings, you're going to get circumstances and events which give you similar bad feelings of frustration, disappointment, rage, anger, grief. Those are all going to be put into your experience and into your life. Think about it this way. Whatever you really, 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 really want, and believe you can have, you'll get it. Because you have strong desire and your brain is going to be pulsating and transmitting powerful, intense vibrations of what you want. And if you have excitement and anticipation and you believe you'll get it, it'll come right in. But here's the opposite. Whatever you really don't want, you'll also get that too. Because that means you're focusing on it. That means you're thinking about it. And that means your brain is pulsating and transmitting vibrational frequencies of what you don't want and the feelings associated with it. And those will start coming into your experience as well. So when you understand that your brain, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, is pulsating vibration, and it doesn't matter if it pulsates a vibration for a couple seconds or a couple minutes with low frequency or low intensity and low power, it's not going to come rushing in because you'll have counter-intention, more powerful ones which will counteract it, which is why you don't have to think about the 10 billion thoughts that you have every day. It's you get what you think about most of the time. So those little thoughts that you don't think about a lot, don't worry about them. And we're going to talk about the thought itself is not issue, it's how to regulate this on a very simplistic basis. But when you understand that your brain transmits vibrational frequency at various levels of intensity and power, and that's what you get into your experience, that means that you've created everything in your life. And here's the 10-second miracle. The 10-second miracle is that the moment that you understand that, you now take 100% responsibility for everything in your life. If you take 100% responsibility for everything in your life and know, without judgment, without getting mad, without getting frustrated or angry, just know that everything in your life you've created. And if you've created it, you can change it just as fast or faster. And when you know that, when you know that, and take 100% responsibility, your whole life changes. Because now you never will become a victim ever again. And you stop using what's called mysticism, which is blaming outside influences on your circumstances. The way the masses have been controlled is to get the masses to believe that it's not their fault. It's the government's fault. It's the economy. It's the banks. It's the interest rates. It's the political powers that be. It's their mother and father. It's the trauma they had when they were a child, when they fell off a runaway horse. That traumatized them and that affected them today. And they start saying it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. It's not you. You're a victim. It's not your fault. That's how masses are controlled. To get the people to believe that it's not their fault, because if you get them to believe it's not their fault, that their situation is not caused by them, you're telling them they have no power and no control to change it. And you keep them wallowing at a level where they never rise up. When you empower people, like I'm doing to you, and like what was done to me, when I was told and understood that I have 100% creative ability, that I'm a creator, and that I'm responsible for everything in my life, positive or negative, and whatever happened, I created it, and there's nothing to worry about, no big deal, because if I created a disaster, I can just as easily use my brain, emit frequencies, and turn that disaster into the greatest triumph of all time. Faster and with more gusto, and I can enjoy the process. And I can absolutely have the most fun playing this game we call living on Earth. It frees you when you know that you have that power and that you are, in fact, the creator of your own destiny and the creator of your own experience. You need to take 100% responsibility. So there's a couple key points here. The first question is, how do you increase desire? How do you increase that I really, 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 really want it. On the list that we did earlier, there's a lot of things. If I were to ask the intensity that you really wanted these things, do you have a burning desire for any of them? A lot of people say, I don't have a burning desire for anything. How do you get a burning desire? How do you increase the burning desire? Because when you have a burning desire for things, life becomes a lot more fun. The answer, the easiest way, there's actually a couple ways, but the easiest way is to reduce doubt that you'll get it. The reason you don't have a strong burning desire is because you doubt that you'll get it. So if you increase belief, which is in effect reducing doubt that you'll get it, burning desire goes up. So that's a very important key. We're going to talk how to do that in a moment. Now, what exactly is doubt or lack of belief? In effect, it's you looking at the other side of the training balance scale, focusing on the how. Doubt or belief is you looking at your radar screen and only looking at what you can see. You're looking at the current facts. And if you were to only look at the facts, you would easily doubt, because you could say that this can't happen based on this information, and it's true. So the key is you have to understand that 99.9% of the stuff is off the radar screen and you can't see it, but you can feel what's there. You can learn how to feel what's there. So just know that when you want something, if you look at your radar screen and try to figure out a way it's going to happen, just know that there won't be a way. So don't be upset or shocked by it. Just even admit it right up the get-go. Whatever you want, saying, look, there's probably no way for me to looking at the facts in my life right now or looking at all the information I see on my radar screen. There's nothing that can justify me believing I can get this. There's no rational reason. There's no way. There's no facts that can show me that there's any method, any way that I can get this. And I know that because I can only see my radar screen. But I know that 99% of the stuff is off the radar screen. I can't see it. I know it's there, and I know law of attraction works. So I know if I do this, all that stuff will start moving in manners which I couldn't even comprehend or calculate. And it will come into my existence in ways I couldn't even imagine. So when I deal with people, and we're looking at situations, I had a friend of mine who had a major legal problem, and he was owed huge amounts of money, and he said, I need this money, I can't pay my bills, and based on my lawyers and the way the courts are going and everything, there's no way this is going to settle for at least 12 months, and I need the money within a couple months. There's just no way it's going to settle. And then he said, but I'm going on a vacation because I know it'll all work out. I have no idea how. He says, and it's going to be really interesting and amusing to me when it does work out, because I'm curious to see how the universe is going to make it work out for me. So I don't need to worry about it. I'm going on a vacation. And he took off. And within a few weeks, I got a phone call while he was on holiday, having a great time, enjoying himself, feeling good. And by the way, when you're feeling good, you're not thinking about what you don't want. If you're thinking about what you don't want, you're putting out vibrations of what you don't want, and you're getting it. So that's why I said earlier in the session, the number one goal is always feel good now. Because if you're feeling good, you're never putting out vibrations of things you don't want. So while he was feeling really, really good, he was only putting out positive vibrations into the universe, which were making his dreams come to him faster. He had no blockages, no counterintentions. And thus, he called me and said, I got a miracle. I have no idea how it happened. My attorneys can't figure it out, but the deal is done. I got my money. I mean, it was no surprise to me because that's how it worked. Now, if he was feeling horrible, it wouldn't have worked out. He could have said all day long, it's going to work out fine, but as long as he felt horrible, that means he was putting out vibrations of what he didn't want. So doubt is when you're looking off the radar screen. Doubt is looking off the radar screen. So if we break this down to one final concept in the session, it's this. You must always, always, always focus on one thing. If you want to make this super simple, you focus on one thing every day, every minute of the day. And that is, how am I feeling? If you're not feeling good, if you're feeling frustrated or angry or depressed or unstable or unsure or confused or fatigued, drained, exhausted, grieving, if you're in emotional pain, if you're not feeling good, there's only two thoughts, feeling good and feeling bad, and all degrees of that. If you're not feeling good, which means if you're feeling bad to any degree, if you're feeling bad to any degree, the question is, what are you doing? Here's what's happening. If you're feeling bad to any degree, A, you are thinking about what you don't want, which means your brain is transmitting a frequency of what you don't want. That's number one. Number two, you may be thinking about what you want, but you doubt you'll get it. You believe you won't get it, which in effect means you're thinking about what you don't want. So anytime you're feeling bad, it always comes down to one thing. You're thinking about what you don't want to happen. And it breaks down two ways. You're thinking about specifically what you don't want, or you're thinking about what you want, but the emphasis is you're doubting you'll get it, which means, in effect, you're thinking about what you don't want. So always, 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 anytime you're feeling bad, just know that you're thinking about what you don't want or doubting what you want. And so the question then is, how do I feel better? How do I, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, always feel good to varying degrees? And if I do feel bad, what is the specific thing I can do so that I feel good? Now, let me tell you the point that you're at. You're just starting this. Law of attraction says whatever frequency that you transmit from your brain, a matching frequency will be attracted. What first happens is when you transmit a frequency, let's say black Cadillac, or black Mercedes, black Mercedes, black Mercedes, or new car, new car, whatever it is you're transmitting. The first thing that gets attracted are matching thoughts. So the first thing that gets attracted are matching thoughts. When the matching thoughts keep coming in, that means the power and intensity of your transmission gets stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and more intense and more intense and more intense. And the duration of that transmission gets longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. And when it reaches the tipping point, that's when the physical manifestation happens and you actually see it and touch it with your own hands. But before you see it and touch it with your own hands, the first thing that happens is when you consciously transmit that thought and consciously add power and intensity to it, which is strong desire, strong belief, anticipation, excitement, other thoughts begin to come in. And they could be thoughts like this, like new car, new car, new car, new car, new car. And the first thing could be you start seeing the car you're looking, you start seeing them everywhere. You start transmitting that new car, new car, new car, new car, new car. And all of a sudden you're picking up ads, lowest interest rates on car loans in the last 25 years. And you're thinking, you know, boy, these interest rates, new lease programs available. And you're transmitting the thought, new car, new car, new car, new car, new car. And all of a sudden, you're driving down the road, it says, home-based business, new car program available. We make the payments for you. And you're like, wait a minute, I could buy. And then you say, you know, I could probably do a home-based. And now all of a sudden, things start coming into your radar screen. And you start thinking of, oh, wait a minute. And your belief starts going up. And that little ball of energy for new car gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And as the energy, which is thoughts, as the thoughts pile on one another, the ball of energy for new car gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And the bigger the ball of energy, which is just a whole bunch of thoughts, gets bigger, the stronger the magnetic pull for more like-minded thoughts. And so faster and bigger thoughts keep coming in. Thoughts come in faster and bigger. And that ball of energy gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And the bigger it gets, the stronger the magnetic pull, which means more similar thoughts come in faster and bigger. It's exponential. And you get this big, huge thing, and your belief keeps going higher and higher, your anticipation keeps going higher and higher, and this big ball of energy gets bigger and bigger and more powerful and stronger, and your transmission gets more powerful and more intense, and the duration of that transmission, instead of being 20 minutes a day, it's now all you're consumed. You have an obsession with this new car, and the anticipation of it coming in your experience, even though you have no idea how it's going to happen, gets bigger and bigger, and you're smiling all day and whistling. And all of a sudden, in 3 weeks, you drive away in that brand new car. And someone says, how could you afford that? And you would say, it's the funniest thing. You wouldn't believe it. I was walking down the road and I saw a briefcase lying against the building. And it was just sitting there. And I picked it up and there was a guy's name and phone number. He had a business card attached to the briefcase. And I called him up from my cell phone and I said, sir, I'm sitting here on the street and I got this briefcase, and the guy says, oh my God, I didn't know where I left it. I don't know how I lost it. Oh, thank you. You have no idea. My whole life is in that briefcase. Where can I meet you? What can I do to repay? Oh, nothing, sir. I just found the briefcase. Let me pick it up. I'll be there in 20 minutes. And the guy comes, picks up the briefcase and says, you know, I can't believe you're such a good Samaritan. You didn't even open the briefcase. I didn't have it locked, but you have no idea what I had in here as valuables, and I want to give you a reward. Oh, no, sir, I don't need a reward. No, please, please. Let me give you a reward. And the guy gave me a check for $50,000. And I hopped in my car, and I went down to the Mercedes dealership. I traded in my car, put down a down payment. I got lower payments now than I had before with my old car. I got a brand new car, and I got cash in the bank. That story, by the way, actually happened. Absolute true story. Absolute true story. And so the reason I bring this up is, right now, you have been using the law of attraction the opposite way. You have been thinking mostly negative thoughts. Oh, I could never make that happen. Oh, that could never work for me. Oh, this won't happen. Oh, that. And the more negative thinking that you do, the negative thoughts or negative transmissions, which attract other negative thoughts, which attract more negative thoughts. And you have a black ball of negative energy. And that ball has magnetic pull and power. So it attracts negative thoughts and forces you, by law of attraction, to think more negative thoughts, to be almost by habit. And you actually have neural pathways that developed in your brain that are negative patterns. And so over time, you right now probably have this huge mammoth block of energy that you're carrying around of negative thoughts. And you have these huge, well-grooved neural pathways in your brains which make it so easy. As a matter of fact, let me tell you the good news. You are unconsciously competent when it comes to thinking negative. It happens automatically for you. You're a genius at thinking negative. You're brilliant. You are so proficient at instantly thinking a negative thought and thinking why it won't work, why that can't happen, and coming up with all the reasons why things won't happen and focusing on what you don't want. You're brilliant. You've been doing it your whole life. So when you start doing this technique, you're starting off with a very small positive ball, which means you have to be consciously competent. And the more you focus on the positive, the negative ball will only continue to attract things if you engage it by thinking that way. So when you start thinking of the positive, you're now developing new neural pathways. The old neural pathways are trying to pull you. That negative ball of energy, like a magnet, is pulling you to think that way because that's your pattern, that's your habit. So conscious competence is required for about a month of doing this. So you start developing new neural pathways and start getting that positive ball bigger and bigger and bigger. And as it gets bigger, it starts attracting. And the negative ball of energy starts diminishing. And so its attractive power starts getting less. And so over time, your habits and patterns of thinking negative and the neural pathways that have been grooved so much about thinking negative start losing all their power. And you start becoming more habitual thinking positive. You start thinking positive unconsciously, competently, automatically. And the magic will happen in your life the day and the moment that positive ball gets bigger than that negative ball, which means for the first time in your life, probably, the positive energy, the positive thoughts, such as, oh, I can make that happen. Oh, I don't know how, but listen, I know how this works. This can happen. Oh, good things always happen to me. I'm lucky. When you start thinking and believing those statements, listen, I don't know how it's going to work out. Oh, this may look bad. Believe me, it'll all turn out just fine. When you say something like that and completely believe it in your core, when that positive ball gets bigger than the negative ball, there's a shift, like a titanic earthquake in your being. You're now thinking more positive than negative. You have crested. A shift had occurred. Everything in your life then changes. It's the moment that you wake up. And that's why we say success is a decision away. That's the day when you make the decision. That's when you say, I'm going to do it. That's it, period. I don't care what the circumstances say. I don't care what the facts say. I'm going to do it. That's it, period. Watch my stuff, baby. Oh, it doesn't matter what people say, what people think. It doesn't matter what the facts say. I have no idea of how. I don't know how. I don't know how. My radar screen tells me it's impossible. Ha 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 ha. Oh man, it's going to be interesting to see how this thing actually works out because it's going to work out just fine. And you start feeling so unbelievably powerful and confident, and you start feeling so joyful and blissful, and you start skipping, and you start waking up in the morning and jumping out of bed and singing a tune and go, I don't know why I'm so happy. I have no idea why, but I am. Everything in my life is going terribly wrong. Why am I so happy? And the reason is because I know it'll all just work out fine. Everything will turn around, and I have no idea how, but I just know it will. And that's when your life becomes magical. That's why it's so vitally important to focus on feeling good now. Feeling good now. There are a bunch of techniques and specific things to feel good now, which I'm going to share with you. And some of them are, well, all of them are things that we've done within the society members to varying degrees. But we're going to start showing you now how to really apply this and wrap it up all together. Any questions, comments, or observations? Yes? Good question. The question is, how do I stop myself from thinking negative thoughts or doubting, or when I'm pulled toward thinking about that can't work, how is this going to work, and start doubting? Well, the answer is you need to get the ball of energy, the positive ball of energy, bigger than the negative ball of energy that you've been establishing your whole life. And that's pretty huge at this point. How do you do that? At the end of this entire weekend, and for those of you listening to the CDs, after you listen to the CDs, you're going to be at a conscious competence level. You're going to be consciously aware of the techniques and consciously aware of how you have to think and how you have to apply these procedures. For those who are here, you're all going to get these CDs. And so for everyone listening to the CDs and the people that are here, the first thing you need to do is listen to these CDs over and over and over again, virtually every day. Listen to some of the CDs. If you're in your car, listen to the CDs. Listen to them over and over again. And you're going to be doing some other things I'm going to be sharing with you. But there's going to be a series of steps that you can be doing that will cause you to focus on these techniques. That will cause you to be thinking the right thoughts. And by law of attraction, when you're thinking the right thoughts, that process of thinking, remember, when you think, whatever you think about, your brain is then transmitting a frequency. Every thought that you have is your brain transmitting a frequency. So every time you think a thought, your brain transmits a frequency. The more intensity that you put into that thought, and the more power you put into that thought, and let's define what is intensity and what is power. It is when that thought is large, when there's a lot of emotion attached to that thought. Now, if that emotion is hate, anger, or if that emotion is excitement, thrill, whether it's a good emotion or a bad emotion, the more emotion that's attached to the thought, that is what is increasing power and increasing intensity. The longer you think about it, that is the duration. But every time you think a thought, it puts out a vibration. Your brain is transmitting a vibration. And every time your brain transmits a vibration, it is attracting first other like-minded thoughts. So the more you listen to these CDs, and I'm going to give you a whole list of things to do, you're going to start attracting the right thoughts, and then your positive ball of energy is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So you will see yourself. Now that you know, remember, you don't know what you don't know? Well, now you're consciously competent. So now you're going to see yourself thinking the wrong thought. How do you know when you're thinking the wrong thought? Answer, based on how you feel. That's why I said earlier that the first most important thing, the only thing you do to make this super stupidly simple, is every day monitor how you feel. If you feel good, your objective is to feel better. If you feel bad, to whatever degree, that could be on the low end of the scale, complete depression where you're suicidal, or just bored, or unsure, afraid, feeling grief, anger, hate, any negative emotion. Whenever time you feel that, that is telling you you are thinking the wrong thought. And just catch yourself whenever you feel bad. And the procedure then is, okay, I feel bad, how do I feel better? I'm going to teach you how to do that. So your goal is always feel better. So I'm going to teach you how to do that. So, what we talked about is the basic procedure on getting what you want is first define what you want. You can be specific, general, or just feeling good. You must have a burning desire for what you want, which is high intensity and high power. That means high emotion, high expectation, real excitement, get your juices flowing, be on fire about it, really have an obsession about it. When you do that, when you have what you want and you're obsessed with it and desire it and are excited about it and have anticipation about it and feel good about it when you think about it, then you think about it for a long period of time. That means you're going to be thinking about it all throughout the day with excitement every time you think about it. Not feeling bad. If you're feeling bad, that means you're doubting. If you're feeling good, that means you're believing. And you must have belief. And that's the key to getting what you want, and then it will come in. The key element here is once you define what you want, when you think about what you want, how do you feel? You want to increase the feeling to complete excitement, exhilaration, and you ideally want to get to the point of complete expectation. The feeling, when you think about what you want, the ideal feeling is as if there's completely no doubt it's coming. It's as if you've already received it. Not that it's coming in. The ideal feeling you want to get to is that you've already received it. That it's there. And a good example is, how do you feel on Christmas Eve knowing tomorrow it's Christmas and the presents are under the tree? There's no doubt at all. It's complete excitement that it's coming tomorrow. The only difference here is when you have that feeling of anticipation, you don't have to worry whether it's tomorrow, next week, or next month, because the time when it's coming in is completely irrelevant. You let that happen when it's supposed to happen.